Okay, what is the first post? We'll come back to this later. So we have a score, Abdul 2643, and इसको क्या हो गया? Morning. And the scores are 84 in listening, 19 reading, 19 speaking, and 18 writing. Then Sachin has scored 79 in listening, 84 in reading, 19 speaking, and 90 in writing. Good. And Shoaib we have read. Okay, let me read this first post again. I have decided to finish the PTE academic course with all regular and special material within the next 9 days. By 29 December 2017 to be precise, no matter which branch you attend classes in, you won't miss this 9-day PT course. However, if you want my special 79 session, which is from 2 to 5:30 p.m., you have to come to Footscray. Apart from this exclusive session, inshallah, I'll be taking most of the classes in Footscray for the next 2 weeks. So day 1, which was yesterday, until day 9, which will be on Friday, 29 December 2017. If you really want to get rid of PT from your life, by this year, leave everything aside, attend these classes. Let's start this new year with no PT headache to deal with. So if you really want to get rid of this PT, I would suggest you attend these sessions or at least be here for the next 9-10 days, whichever working days we have. And those 9 days include 25 and 26. Okay? It'll be good if you can make it. Quickly settle down, everyone. Yes, I can give you. Give me a second. How many of you know that there is something happened to the listening summary link? So only Raju asked, I'll give it to you, Raju, in person. What? So that makes 2, 3, Sevak as well. 3 people. Mehul, 4. Jitu, 5. झूठा हाथ नहीं खड़ा करना. You as well? Your name is? Inder as well. You as well. I forgot your name. Kiran. ठीक है, बाकियों को नहीं मिलेगा. हाँ? कोई बात नहीं. शायद वो किसी और लिंक की बात कर रहे हैं. That's okay. It's all good. Other people doesn't know what we are talking about. These people are planning to take PT in Mandarin, so they are asking what that link. Do you know what is Mandarin? Mandarins? It's a language as well. Even I heard from somebody. We only heard. We don't have any proof, so can't say anything about it. But if they have to change, they'll change. They will not intimate you about the changes. They will not send you a mail, guys. In your next exam, it's going to be like this. So, for example, Aishwarya has exam in next week, and they're going to make changes this week. They are not going to send a mail to Aishwarya. Aishwarya, next week, आपका exam pattern is going to be like this, not like before. So they don't intimate anyone. So it's just, so far it's a rumor until it's proven. And you are the only ones who can tell us that it is correct, because I'm not taking it, so I won't know. But they usually do make changes. They have been doing very subtle small changes, they do at times. So if something drastic, we'll see, because these people who are almost close, then they won't be nowhere near close, so we'll know that something drastic has happened. But minor changes won't matter. I know what can be drastic. Drastic can be if they start checking. If they sit and check 6 students from Imdad's PT in the same center, 2 of them got Berlin Wall. One person checking. One person has written Berlin Wall, another person has also written Berlin Wall as it is. ऐसा मुंह क्यों बनाया? हुआ नहीं अभी. अगर हो जाए तो. That will be the worst case scenario, and I don't think they are going to do it because it's too much of hassle for them. So don't believe on the rumors until it is proven. Okay. So you guys, these 6, 7 people, see me after the class. What happened, Nahan? Other people doesn't have any clue what they're talking about. What happened? Hack हो गया तो hack हो गया. What to do? So other people were not even studying. Yeah? They don't open the links. Listening summaries. Shall I'll give you the link. We actually there was small typing errors here and there in listening summaries. So we tried to get rid of them, and so for that reason, all previous links of listening summaries are not to be used. Okay, that's why Sir wrote that message that this link won't be available anymore. So I'll give you the one we created yesterday. Hopefully, we'll be adding those new 2, 3 summaries today, but at the moment, it doesn't have them. So you might not notice those changes. Those changes could be minor, maybe a comma added here and there. So could be minor changes. So make sure you read every summary properly. Okay. Star star shouldn't bother you because otherwise also you were not going to write star in the exam. कोई है किसी ने ऐसा किया हो? You know, when we make changes, we add star. This is the change. And yesterday, some students asked me, "Sir, you know, some of the summaries have star. So what to do with them?" It's very important. Okay. GOO.GL / lowercase f for fruit, lowercase r for color red, uppercase v for visa, uppercase s for student. So visa for students. Visa for students. Then you have number 8. Oh my god. You need it, right? And the last one is, so if you don't pay attention to this link, this is going to be a dream. Okay? You don't need citizen. Just PR. You know they can revoke it anytime. They can revoke it anytime. Is going to give 2 PR people. Now it will be only for citizens. हम तो वैसे भी used to हमें मिलता तो वैसे भी कुछ नहीं था पहले. So we guys are already used to it. So it's like कोई बात नहीं. Another 3 years we don't mind, right? But it's a good idea to get citizenship. I would suggest. I know you will have to get visa to travel to your country. That's the worst part. I don't like that. But it's we who decided to stay here. No? So it's better to follow the rules. Yeah, because you don't. Now the law doesn't apply to you. The law of that country doesn't apply to you. But we have it in India, na? With Australia, we don't have. With Canada, America, they have dual citizenship. With Australia, we have that OCI thing, right? Overseas citizen of India something. चलो बहुत दूर है अभी PR तो ले लो. Okay, let's get PR first, and then we'll think about citizenship. And before that, tell your father to transfer everything, your share, okay? Only your share, okay? To transfer your share in your name, sell it, buy a house here. Tell you EMIs, I hate them. Oh. This is the first time we are not going to India, so it's hurting me a little too much. Those EMIs. Okay. Read a lecture, guys. So we have in your worksheet, we have describe image, read aloud, repeat sentence, and read a lecture. We'll discuss read a lecture first. We have answer short questions as well. Answer short questions. Let me give you a sample of that. Answer short questions. Answer short questions is the last question in the exam. In the speaking module. And we never put too much focus on this question because this is not one of the most important questions. But I always tell you there is a difference between 49 and 50. And that is a huge difference. Okay. 78, 79, 64, 65. So for us, every score counts, every mark counts. So for that reason, you should not take any question lightly. Even if all these 6, 7, 8, now 10 to 12 short answer questions give you only 2 marks, I want them. I want those 2 marks. Okay, because they can affect, they can have impact somewhere else. Clear? So very easy day-to-day general questions. Sometimes they give you a picture and you have to find the answer from that picture, like which is the highest, which is the lowest, or how many people travel to Australia in the year 1992. So they'll have a bar, you have to just check the number and say. Sometimes they'll have a map, which building is next to or opposite to or left, right of this building. Or sometimes very silly questions, I call them, because they're actually silly. What do you use to see faraway objects? So for that reason, it is important to practice short answer questions. Okay, let me play it. Let me check the volume. And thank you.
What is the term used for see-through items such as clear
Yes,
glass?
guys, what is the answer? What is the answer to this question? Next. When you don't understand the question, what do you do? So press next. People have scored 19 speaking even after skipping a few. So it's okay. Because when you don't know the answer, anyhow, your answer is going to be incorrect. You can say whatever you want to say, but your answer will not match with the actual. Yes, if you think you want to take a guess, I would advise you do that. If you have some vague idea, you should take that guess. You should take that guess. We can do that. We should do that if you don't know the answer, right? So when you don't know the answer, all the tricks from the books should be used. Question.
What is the term used for see-through items such as clear glass?
Transparent or opaque as well. Opaque. So any word can do. Okay. See-through, such as glass. See-through, transparent. Right. You cannot see at all. So my science is bad. It's a long time ago, so I don't remember. Okay, next one. So guys, answer is transparent. Okay. Next one. No, for example, if you can't think of anything, what to do? Say glass. Say something. The idea is to say something. Okay. But if you have no clue at all, I would suggest press next, because I don't want you to do um because this is actually bringing your fluency down. Either you say the answer or you press next. Yeah, next one.
An important happening is an event. What is an unexpected happening?
Accident would be a better word, because he used the word event. Event, accident could be pleasant, could be unpleasant. We know that. Yeah, accident doesn't have to be a negative event. I met him by an accident. That doesn't mean you hit into each other. Incident could be anything. Incident doesn't have to be unexpected. But you can say surprise as well, because if you don't know what to say, yeah, you can say that as well. So listen to the question again, because he specified the word event, right? That means something related to that.
An important happening is an event. What is an unexpected happening?
Unexpected happening. So the best word, if you ask me, from incident, surprise, and accident, they want a term for that activity, that event, it will be accident. So one more time, accident doesn't mean accident, जो हमें पता है. Okay. The next one.
What is the term used for a professional who practices law?
Liar. Yeah. Lawyer. Liar. Yeah, I know it means the same, but but your answer will be incorrect. Okay.
What do we call a place where airplanes land and take off?
तभी मैंने कहा था, at times they have such questions. What is opposite to east? And that I love those questions. Uh, how many sides do a quadrilateral has? If you actually studied during your school, it's all good.
Which of these is greater, a billion or a trillion?
By means, try means. So if you know those, right? If you have been to school.
If zoology is the science of life of animals, what is the term used for the science of life of plants?
Botany. Biology covers everything. Biology covers everything. Botany. Botany. If you don't know, if you say biology, that's all good, because at that point you won't have time to think. Maybe you said biology and suddenly you thought of botany. Biology, botany. You can say that right away, not after don't do this thing. Okay. So one more to go, and after that we'll go to retail lecture.
What is the name given to a handheld device used to click a photograph?
Smartphone. These days it can be. So this was a sample, the kind of question you will get in the exam. I would suggest at home do revise them once. Okay. Let's go to retail lecture. Repeat sentence we did right from dictation yesterday. The method is the same. The method is the same. So I'll discuss retail first. Morning. Those who are coming, can you go and ask for more worksheets? Now, guys, the question retail lecture. Question retail lecture. In speaking, the main thing is fluency and pronunciation. Fluency and pronunciation. In this question, there is content as well. In this question, content also matters. Now, you will be listening to a lecture, and I heard somebody was telling me that they are getting videos for retail lecture. Should it affect your performance? Does it matter whether you have a video or you're listening to an audio? Because video will have an audio. Video doesn't mean they'll have a deaf and dumb kind of picture in front of you. Yeah. So it will have audio, and your focus is audio. You have nothing to do with the video. Now, so it doesn't matter what you get in the exam, you will be listening to an audio. In this question, I told you you have fluency, which means you can't fumble, you can't stop. Pronunciation, clarity of the words, and the third one is content. Because this question gives you marks in listening, so content also becomes important. Now, again, the same rule applies to this as we use in describe image. We don't define, we don't explain, we don't tell them the lecture itself. We only use some of the keywords. But in this one, the keywords won't be given. You will have to write them by yourself. So while listening to the audio, you will write some words. While listening to the audio, you will write some words. Those who are new, don't worry, I'll do it on the board. Any word will do, but we prefer keywords, the main words. The main words means if they are talking about citizenship rules, it should be about citizenship rules, not is, am, are, if, but. We are not looking for those words. They are looking for the main words. Okay. So preferably keywords. 12 to 15 are okay. You can write more, you write more. If it is less, nothing to worry, because we can always start again. Okay. I'm playing the audio. You write your notes. I'll do mine. Let me check the volume first.
What do we need retailers?
Good.
What do we need retailers and wholesalers for? Wouldn't it be better if everyone just bought directly from the producers of a product? There are certainly benefits to be gained by doing just that. I'm not going to advocate that stop buying directly from producers, as commonly happens at farmers' markets, for example. But while there are clearly some benefits to bypassing intermediaries, potentially avoiding price markups, for example, today I would like to run through the benefits of having intermediaries such as retailers and wholesalers. Intermediaries can promote and advertise products, thereby allowing them to reach a wider range of consumers than they could if just sold by the producer. Retailers and wholesalers, through knowledge of the markets in which they operate, can also help to match quantities produced to the needs of those markets, and can therefore help to avoid surpluses in production. Intermediaries can negotiate prices and terms on behalf of consumers, which prevents the possible exploitation of consumers by producers. And they can also store, finance, and transport inventories of stock, which thereby takes the risk of theft, damage, and obsolescence away from the producer. Finally, while many people, as I said, believe that when consumers buy directly from producers, it allows them to avoid the price markups necessary for realizing the profit margins of retailers and wholesalers. In fact, because retailers and manufacturers pay for so many operations like storage and marketing, were producers to take on all the roles of these intermediaries, the costs of buying directly from them would actually be higher than buying via retailers and wholesalers.
पूछो तो स्टोरी तो सारी समझ आ गई, but that is not the criteria. You will have better. You will do better note taking. I was actually avoiding because of this. I thought new students joined in, so I didn't wipe it off. Okay, so you will write something like this, and we all know they were talking about retailers. Actually, when I got up, they have already said a few words. Retailers, producers, certain benefits, farmers market, price markup, intermediaries, wholesalers, wider range of consumers, knowledge of market, avoid surplus, behalf of consumers, store, finance, producers, buy directly, profit margin, operations, cost of buying will be higher or something. That's how we ended. If your words are not like this, it's okay. If it has retailers, if it has wholesalers, if it has consumer and profit and benefit, it's all good. If it has, because those were the keywords, they were talking about these things. Okay. Now this is your content. Out of that whole 1.5 to 2 minutes audio, this is your content. Now about the fluency and pronunciation. Pronunciation, your word. If you have written retailers, you have to say it retailers. If I haven't written it clearly, you know, when we are rushing, we sometimes do this. We do that often. That will not help you in this question. You might write a lot of words using this, but it's not one word which you can recall later. It's not like fill in the blanks, only 5 words, you go back, you can recall them. It's very easy, but they are going to be 15-20 words. So you won't be able to recall them all. So preferably don't write this way. Preferably do not write this way. Write this way. Complete words, which you can read later. Okay? Because when your word will match with the audio, only then you are going to get marks. So अगर सारे words ऐसे लिखने वाले हो, so how will you do that matching? Now to say this fluently, the question asks you to speak for 40 seconds, but we speak minimum for 25. If you have more words, you can continue. If you have no more words, you can stop. As soon as you finish your words, you can stop if you have crossed 25. I said minimum is 25. What if I've said all the words, I'm at 20 seconds? Say a few more from the beginning. From the beginning, you can repeat them. You can repeat them. Now, let's do it. Now, when I'll say retailers, wholesalers, certain benefits, market, farmers market, this is not how you do it, because that is not fluent. That is list. That is a list. So we use some sentence starters to cheat the computer, as if I'm saying retelling a lecture. The lecture is about, or if you want, you can say the talk delineates. sabhi ko yaad hai na? The talk delineates. The lecture is about, the speaker discussed, talked about, mentioned, highlighted. I'm giving you different words. Okay. I also heard they were discussing. Okay. Towards the middle of the audio, dash 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 was also mentioned. In the end, they highlighted this. To conclude, they discussed this. Discussed, highlighted, talked about, mentioned, I heard, okay, anything. Explained, described, defined. You can use all these verbs to fill these gaps. Let me do one and you'll have a better idea. Fix those 8 to 10 sentences, so every time you are using the same sentence, so that you don't struggle what to say, about what to say next. The lecture is about retailers, producers, certain benefits, and I also heard something related to farmers market, price markup, as well as intermediaries. In the middle of the audio, the speaker highlighted about wholesalers, wider range of consumers, knowledge of market, and avoid surplus. And they also discussed something related to behalf of consumers, store finance, and producers. Towards the end, buy directly was mentioned, as well as profit margin. And they concluded by talking about operations, cost of buying, and will be higher. I mean, time is up. 26 seconds. If it was 24, I would have started from number 1. Again, I would have said 2-3 words and I would have been fine. If my 25 finished here, I will continue because all this hard work that I have done on taking notes, I don't want that to go waste. So I'll continue. So let's have 2 students do this. Those who haven't, this is your first day, don't worry. We repeat all these questions again and again and again in the class. Okay? Kiran, you want to do it? Yeah. Yeah, start.
The lecture was about the topic retailers, wholesalers, products. He also mentioned about benefit stop buying, farmers market, price markups, and he also mentioned about intermediaries and byproducts could save by producers. The talk was also related with the quantities need by, and at the end of audio, he also mentioned about negotiate producers, finance damage. In the end of audio, he believed directly realizing operations, the cost buying is higher than retailers and wholesalers. I don't think my time is up, so I'm starting the topic from first
Time
about
is up.
retailers.
26. Kiran, it has to be a little more fluent. This was not fluent. Okay, I still could hear a list. It was like a list. So please work on this. Pass this mic to Sanjeev. Want to try? Garima, let's. Aman, you want to try? Take it. Ready?
Hanji.
Start.
In retail lecture, speaker tells about what do we need to do about the retailing and wholesale products, about the products. I also heard about not going direct by producers market, and then towards the middle of this audio, he said that essentially price benefits for retailers advertising about the wide range of customers to help about the high prices about it by retailing or reselling about the products punctuality, and talk about the behalf of the consumers by producing risk of the damage of the product and believing that the direct benefit to margin prices of operation all the roles of high prices about the products. There has been a popular debate about
Time is
this.
up. 37 seconds. Aman, there's a word written on the board. Can you read that?
Audio. Audio. I don't know what's right.
You said audio.
It's audio.
Oh, AU is
Audio.
audio. Talk about.
Talk about
हाँ हूँ तो जो मर्जी कहिए
maybe pressure.
पता नहीं मैंने लग गया उन्हें उन्हें तेन पिंडों चक के लिया ऐश्वर्या नहीं समझ आया इट्स ओके company names forget about them GUCCI why where is H it's maybe it's a French word maybe it's Italian word maybe it's a Spanish word who knows so those brand names let them be okay what is that NIKE बस यही तो है हमारा सभी ने अपना अपना रखा हुआ है ना it's all good so let's not worry about that we'll only talk about the words we know about okay hey I'll leave it there was this brand name I found its name really funny Nike कहते हैं वैसे Americans Nike Chanel sure and I don't know forget about it PT guys okay so retail lecture those who are new nothing to be scared of you can do it because these people who are doing it they were also struggling on day one okay the only thing is you go home and practice you don't okay कल दोबारा करवाएंगे तो सही फिर देख लेंगे so it's no कल you do it today only because tomorrow we might focus on describing right so for today if you haven't understood any question you are free to ask questions when you ask question 10 other people learn something those who are shy of asking questions so nothing wrong with asking questions okay so retail lecture question in speaking fluency and this is how you get the content you speak at least for 25 you can continue if you have more words okay let's go to the question let's go to question number 6 listening select missing word no worksheet go and get it everyone pay attention yesterday we're discussing this listening thing in the class actually sir was discussing this thing and two things. First, uh, there's a general drop in listening marks. Okay? And the reason is you. Reason is not our strategies. Using the same strategy, somebody has got 90. If you go to those scorecards, you will see somebody has got 80. So reason is not the strategies or anything that we teach in the class, or you believe something is not working now. Reason is you are not able to apply them. And the major reason is you believe that you have memorized summaries well, which you haven't actually. You guys believe, but that's a false belief because it's not true. If I ask you right now to write a summary, even if it is a number 1, there will be a mistake for sure. And in the exam, you are under exam pressure. From 2 to 5:30, we take a special 79 session. We give them some time to revise 5-6 summaries, and out of them we tell them, okay, for the next 2-3 minutes revise this one. Are you getting the point? After that we ask them to write that particular one, and every day we're left with 2-3 people. Left with 2-3 people means everybody else has made a mistake in that. If that is what you're doing when you're giving it to you on the platter, like, okay, revise it first, and okay, focus on this one, and let's do this one now. Okay, that exactly that summary. So assume yourself in the exam where you have out of 37 summaries, any summary can be there, and there's nothing to revise. That is the reason you guys are losing marks. Or write from dictation. So it's not PT who is taking your marks away. It's not us who are teaching you something which is not getting you marks. It's you who are not giving your 200, 300. 100% will not work. If you need this score, because we be honest to yourself, you all know that you are not at the level of it, but you need it, right? So that means your level, your 100% will not be enough. You have to give 200 or 300%. So when you memorize summaries, the best way is to write. First thing is memorize them. Now let's start 2-3 in a day and write every summary 10 times. Every single time cross check. Don't write it 10 times के बाद check करना, 10 times same mistake. Don't do that. Okay, so write, check, go around, do something, come back, write again. Don't sit and write at the same time, because after gap, you forget things, right? So it's listening. Definitely the scores are going down. We are seeing the scores are going down in writing as well. Reason is not lying with PT or us. Reason is lying with you only. You have to sort it out. Okay. 2 questions in listening which you cannot compromise on is listening summary and write from dictation. Cannot compromise on means you have to give your 200, 300, 400, jitna bhi de sakte ho, but definitely more than 100%. Then there are a few more questions. For example, fill in the blanks, incorrect words, fill in the blanks and incorrect words which are at level 2. So you can't ignore, like you can't take any chance in listening summary and write from dictation. You make a mistake, you are bound to fail. लिखवा के ले जाओ. After that, it is fill in the blanks and highlight incorrect words, which we tell you are very, very important, because we know fill in the blanks have marks in writing and highlight incorrect words have marks in reading. And they're easy questions. You can do well in those questions. After that, there's level 3. Level 3 is your MCQ single answer, missing word, and highlight correct summary. These 3 questions, you don't have to, you should be trying to do them right, obviously. But in the exam, your target is not to find the right answer. Your target is to solve it in the stipulated time, which is 30 seconds, and press next. We would rather spend that time on fill in the blanks and make sure that the spellings are correct. Because when you're in the rush, you make silly typing errors as well. We tell you to do that in 30 seconds, but when I'm saving time on these other questions, I can do well in those questions. So no compromise with listening summary and write from dictation. Number 2, fill in the blanks and highlight. Incorrect words are very, very important after listening summary and write from dictation. Number 3 category is these: missing word, highlight correct summary, and a single answer MCQ. Important, but your target is not to sit there and find the right answer. Your target is to do them as soon as possible and move to the next question. You read the option only once. Only once. After this, there is that favorite question of ours, MCQ multiple answer. And what do you do with them? You do nothing with them. You only press. That's how do you deal with listening one. Okay, so you know where you have to put your energies in now. That's how you divide your time. That's how you prepare yourself for this listening module. And it's not listening module, it's listening writing. Raju, somebody got 4 and got 90. He skipped them all. He said, when I got number 3, I was in doubt whether I should or should not. He skipped. Obviously, he said with heavy heart. He skipped. He skipped number 3 as well. He's talking about MCQ multiple answer. That guy skipped number 3, although he was not very happy about it because he thought, oh, sir ne to bola do hi chhodne, teesra kaise chhod. Then he got number 4 as well. I would like to congratulate that guy. He got 19 listening. He thought, because I've already skipped 3, so let's not disobey sir. Because out of 4 he has already skipped 3. So nuksan to jo hona hai wo ho chuka hai. So he said, let me skip number 4 as well. Let's not disobey, because you know sir always tell you, you don't follow him, you don't get your scores. He skipped number 4 as well. And that guy got 19 listening. Aur kya chahiye aap logo ko batao. Obviously did well in the other modules. He did really well in his summaries. He did really well in his write from dictation. But when we tell you not to touch those questions, you will not touch question chahe 10 aa jaye. Okay? Whether you get 10 or 2, you will not touch those. Trust us, those questions will affect your performance throughout the listening module because you get confused with them. It's not only about those 2-3 questions. It affects your performance in other questions as well. Okay? So let's go to this listening and select missing word. This is category. This is category. Marungi mein. What do you do with them? Target is to find the right answer. Target is to answer and press next. Clear? So let's listen to the audio and answer. No matter how many strategies we teach you in the class, what you will do there is something we can't control. So just follow. Okay, let's play this audio. I was actually talking only about the listening module. Baki to hame pata hai. Read a lecture and repeat sentences are very important for your listening scores. But I'm talking about how you deal with the listening module itself. The listening module itself. Okay? Yeah, let's. I didn't say repeat sentence and read a lecture have nothing to do with listening. Did I say that? Okay, so don't assume. Let me check the volume and you try to find
Most students at some
a little lower.
Most students at some point.
All good at the back? Okay. Close your eyes, pay attention, missing word, last part will be beeped. You have to guess what could be the best answer out of the given one.
Most students at some point of their high school education will be faced with a choice of studying history or geography. For my part, I firmly believe they should both be compulsory. Given this is often not realistic, how do we best guide students in their choice? The guiding tenet should be what the student is interested in. Students' natural leanings seem so often these days to be overlooked. For goodness sake, let them do what they want to do. not what they think will lead them to future economic success or what their parents think they should study. If they aren't sure, talk.
खत्म हो गया, मैंने उसके बाद खांसी की. ओके, मेरी तरफ ऐसे मत देखो. I was holding. So, मुझे सुनना पड़ेगा because my focus was on holding my खांसी. I didn't know where they ended. Huh? If they aren't sure. If they aren't sure. It's not matching. Okay, let's listen to it. You got your answer? Good. You help me with the answer, okay?
Most students at some point of their high school education will be faced with a choice of studying history or geography. For my part, I firmly believe they should both be compulsory. Given this is often not realistic, how do we best guide students in their choice? The guiding tenet should be what the student is interested in. Students' natural leanings seem so often these days to be overlooked. For goodness sake, let them do what they want to do, not what they think will lead them to future economic success or what their parents think they should study. If they aren't sure, talk.
Let's look at the options. They were saying, okay, let's look at the options first. Talk to, if they aren't sure, talk to and something. Talk to their teachers to help them with their goals. If you remember, they were saying it is being overlooked what they want. So, and this speaker is not in the favor of pressurizing them, putting our choices on them. So let's read all the options. Talk to their teachers to help them with their goals. Talk to their parents about their interests. Talk to them about their strengths and interests. Talk politely so you can convince them pursue this. So convincing is again your viewpoint, not their viewpoint. Talk to their peers to help them decide. Their peers will be the same age group, guys. They'll be as unsure as they are. So E and D doesn't make sense. Now let's talk to their teachers. Who is unsure? Students are unsure and you're going to talk to their teachers too. Who should you be talking to? The students themselves, not their teachers or parents. So talk to them. Talk to them about their strengths and interests and accordingly guide them what they would want to pursue. So talk to them because they are unsure. So we need to deal with them. We need to help them. Answer would be C. Next one quickly. Yeah. Never ever. Never ever read the options. Two things, you won't have time. Second thing, you will be confused before you listen to the audio because all of them will sound correct. You should never ever read the options. In some questions, there'll be a question like MCQs will have a question at the top. So you need to know the question before the audio, but you never ever look at the option and don't even dare to look at the options when you're listening. What will help you to solve? Listening or looking at the options? Listening ultimately. So you're distracting yourself. Okay. When you're listening, you're only listening, doing nothing else. Let's listen to number 2.
Most students at some point of their high school education will be faced with a choice of studying history or geography.
Different.
For my part, I firmly believe they should both be compulsory. Given this is often not realistic, how do we best guide students in their choice? The guiding tenet should be what the student is interested in. Students' natural leanings seem so often these days to be overlooked. For goodness sake, let them do what they want to do, not what they think will lead them to future economic
Maybe I
success
clicked the
or
wrong
what their
one. Let
parents
me
think.
double check. Let me open the new one. Let's try.
Now, you might think it's strange that in a lecture on biology, I'll be talking a lot about mathematics. If I may digress a bit, when I was a student, mathematics, the language of clear abstraction, had nothing to do with life sciences like biology, the sphere of messy organic forms, cutting up frogs in the lab and so on. In fact, I started doing biology precisely to avoid maths and physics. So I've had a lot of catching up to do. We are all aware of how the sciences have come to interrelate more and more, and not only will mathematics impinge more and more on biology, but also, I am told, in the 21st century, the driving force behind mathematics
What the answer? Because 1, 2, 3, 4, B, C, D, E were not even discussed. And they are saying one field is going to impact other. And throughout they were talking about biology and mathematics. So she said it's not only biology which is going to affect mathematics, but mathematics will also be affected by biology. Why say versa? It's not biology helping mathematics or biology taking help from mathematics. Rather, mathematics will also be taking help from biology. The answer is A. Listening incorrect word, highlight incorrect words is category number. Bad memory, guys. शुक्र है याद आ गया. Those who are coming just now, I know you didn't open the listening summaries link yesterday, but it's not working anymore. So copy that link written on the board. Only the link, baki sab nahi. This is the corrected version, Nahar, which you should be using. If we update new summaries, it will be here. So you should be, everyone should be using this link. If you have any other listening summaries link, please discard it. Cross it out. This is the only listen. We have 30, 35 in this one, and we'll be adding those new ones soon. 31, highlight incorrect words, very easy. And those students who have not given PTE ever before, some of the words will not match. They might say one of the aspects, they might say one of the factors. So factors and aspect do not match. So you click on the word aspects in the exam. Now you will just use your pen to highlight that. Okay, let me play.
One of the things that makes your smartphone so smart.
Volume.
One of the things that makes your smartphone so smart is that if you pull it out in the sun, it senses that and dials up the screen brightness to compensate. But it's not a perfect solution.
First of all, it's still not bright enough. Remember how respectable the sunlight is.
Shin-Sun Wu, a physicist at the University of Central Florida. The other problem, he says, of the brightened screen is that it kills the battery. So Wu and colleagues have fabricated a battery-sparing alternative, an anti-reflective screen coating based on the eyes of moths. One of the things that makes your One of the things that makes your smartphone so smart
One of the aspects.
is that if you pull it out in the sun,
If you wait.
is that if you pull it out in the sun, it senses
Any other branch? Do you think it's put? पता नहीं मुझे sure नहीं लगा. Put it. Okay, let's move on. We'll come back to this later.
is that if you pull it out in the sun, it senses that. And
Pull it out लग रहा है मुझे.
is that if you pull it out in the sun, it senses that.
It senses that. So
And dials up the screen brightness to compensate.
to compensate. Complete is the word, sorry. Complete.
But it's not a perfect solution.
First of all, it's still not bright enough. Remember how respectable
Just
the sunlight is.
Shin-San Wu, a physicist at the University of Central Florida. The other problem, he says, of the brightened screen
darkened,
is that it kills the battery.
leaks,
So Wu and colleagues have fabricated a
fabricated, calibrated,
battery-sparing alternative,
issue,
an anti-reflective screen coating
blotting,
based on the eyes of moths.
ears and horses. That is pull, guys. It's not put. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, and only 4. 10 minutes reading. Everyone, take 10 minutes and finish your reading questions ASAP. All good? Still doing. Okay, let's do this question number 8. So MCQ, what is the first thing to do? Read the question. Question says, according to the passage, generally the authors of literary novels are. So generally, usually, what the authors of literary novels are and what are they doing? So let's find out. One reason why most literary novels don't appeal to the ordinary reader looking for a good story is that they aren't intended to. They aren't intended to appeal to the ordinary readers. The purpose of those novels is not to satisfy a normal reader's desire to have a good story. The purpose is something else. Just as nuclear physicists strive to impress other nuclear physicists and dog breeders value the admiration of fellow dog breeders over that of the uninitiated masses, so people who write serious fiction seek the high opinion of other literary novelists, of creative writing teachers, and of reviewers and critics. They want very badly to be literary, and for many of them this means avoiding techniques associated with commercial and genre fiction, specifically too much emphasis on plot. Who after all wants to be accused of writing action movies in book form? Whatever. According to the passage, generally the authors of literary novels are: 1, unlikely ever to produce great work. Did they talk about there will be a problem in producing great work? Authors of literary novels are trying to improve their chances of popular success. And popularity means masses. Popularity means people. But they are saying their target is not the normal audience. Their target is somebody else. The literary novels are seeking the approval of like-minded writers. When they were giving the example of those physicists and dog breeders, that's what they were trying to tell us, that they're looking for their own peers to be happy with their work, to admire their work, not you and me, but somebody who is their peer or in the same field. Last one, literary novels are not capable of depicting a realistic fictional world. That was not the content, that was not what the passage was talking about. So the answer is C. So these novelists are not trying for anything else, but they're trying to have the approval, admiration of their peers, the people who are in the same field. Let's do drag and drop. Genre. That means a field, a type, and it is generally associated with the art fields. Art, yeah. It will be movies, it will be paintings, it will be writing. Okay. All these art, drama, and romance, all these are different genres of movie making types. Reading blanks, drag and drop. In the text below, some words are missing. Drag words from the box below to the appropriate place in the text. So this is how in the exam you will have to do it. Options will be in the box. You will have to use your mouse skills to drag and drop it. You will have a quick read of the passage first. Usually in this question, the passages are short because we need to understand the context, the meaning, positive, negative, contrasting, what are they trying to say. Stark differences in reading achievement dash between black and white elementary school children. Stark differences means huge difference, obvious difference. Okay, differences in reading achievement dash between black and white elementary school children. What is missing? This is a sentence. What is missing? What should be there in a sentence? Now, what is missing means which part of the sentence is missing. The verb is missing. There is no verb here. So, stark differences. Differences, what verb can be associated with the word difference? Which one? Occur is usually used with natural things that happen by themselves. What else? Exist. And we have two exist. Which one to use? Exist or exists? What is the rule? Singular will have S and plural will have without S. Okay. Reading achievement. Garima, reading achievement exists or exists? Hanji? Which one? Without S. Reading achievement. Reading achievement is singular or plural? If it is uncountable, it's considered वैसे भी singular. So it should be exists. अच्छा नहीं लग रहा? You're not liking the word? What to do? Ramneek? Differences itself means disparity. Why would you choose disparities? They're saying differences. Differences means subject is disparities. Huh? We have decided it is going to be either exist or exists. You are still at I don't know where. Now what? Where? First noun, which is stark differences. Now, what Jitu has told just now is that this is going to be a problem in many of the blanks, so you have to be careful. This was in maybe you thought that it should be exist or exist, but you don't know the reason. It's better to know the reason. The reason is we have stark differences in reading achievement. We have students in the class. We have color of the tables. Okay, so if you have this kind of expression where you have in, of, or any other preposition, so basically how many subjects we have? We have two. We have color as well as tables. In the first one I had students as well as class. So out of these two subjects, when you write your verb will be dependent upon the first subject. So in these expressions, it says students in the class, students in the class. So anything after the preposition is ignored. So everything will be dependent upon it. So students in the class is or are? Are. Why? Because of the word students, not because of class. Okay. So color, let's keep it singular, color of the tables is. Why? Because the focus is not tables, because we ignore everything after the preposition for the purpose of writing that verb. So it is dependent on color. So here you have differences, which is a plural subject, and the other one is reading achievement, which is uncountable, obviously singular. So we ignore first one or the second one? We ignore the second one. So the main subject is stark differences. So exist or exists? Without S. Okay, thank you. Exist. Between black and white elementary school children as dash a gender gap in reading outcomes. As does why? Only one person has any opinion whatsoever. What about others? Okay, this as means the same as before. The same as before. So we are using the subject as common. The subject is common. Stark difference is there and stark difference here. Now, I'm giving you examples. Wait. Water is scarce in that particular area. Okay, or let's say clean water. Clean water is scarce these days. as dash clean air. As something clean air. Answer is as is. The reason, because in the previous one I used clean water is. So in the second one I have to use as is. Let's take another example. PTE has made students' life very difficult as dash immigration department has. The verb has to be same. The same rule applies to so as well. So can, I can do this, so can Nahar. So can Nahar. So here we use the same auxiliary. The tense remains the same. So in the first one, do we have any auxiliary? We don't have. We don't have. So, but the sentence is simple present. So when we have simple present, the auxiliaries that we use is do or does. But do or does will depend on the subject. Here the subject is a gender singular. The subject is singular, so it will be does. Let's talk about that same example. Water, clean water is scarce, dash, as dash many other facilities. So here what I have said, many other facilities. So the auxiliary would be the same, is, but because of many, I have to change the form. So it will be as are. As are. So here I have changed it according to the subject. So similarly, I'll have to change it according to the subject immediately after. So a gender gap is singular, and because this is a normal simple present sentence, so the auxiliaries are do or does. So it will be does. Okay, I know it sounds complicated, but if you write these 2-3 examples again and again, you will know. The sentences are with so or as. So if you are saying so or as and meaning the same thing as before, you use the same auxiliary. If there is no auxiliary sentences are simple present and simple past, which will be do, does or did, and you have to take care of the subject as well, singular or plural. Say again. Now the comma, the reason is they are using with to explain, with, thanks, due to. So they have put that for to differentiate that with part. Okay, with, thanks to, by doing, we put comma with that, no? So that is for that purpose. Okay. Okay, stark differences in reading achievement exist between black and white elementary school children, as does a gender gap in reading outcomes, with girls outperforming boys. So basically, what is the difference? Girls are outperforming boys. Because of both dash in achievement, easy. Because we have already said the word differences, so we know because of both are what? Disparities, differences in achievement. Gardner, Neblett, and FPG advanced research scientist John Sidris wanted to better understand if and how gender plays a role in the link between African American dash storytelling skills and reading development. Who are they studying? Children. Which one? We have childs, we have childs, we have children, we have again children, we have children. Why not child? Why not childs? Wrong explanation. Answer is right, but explanation is wrong. Why not child? Why not child? So who is telling you not to use singular? When I'm talking about in general, I can say, you know what? A student should do this and this. I mean everyone. That is not the law. But the reason is not that. The reason is a grammatical reason. You cannot write a singular countable noun without any article or a possessive pronoun. So if there was a, I could have used child. There's no a, there's no an, there is no the, there is no my, his, your, their. So I cannot use child. The reason is this. Okay. Although your answers are correct, but in the exam you might have this situation, so you should know why and why not. Okay, here it was very clear. It won't be clear every time. So answer would be pata nahi. Still at the same. So children, children's or children's. Which one? How about, because look, they are saying somebody and they are saying storytelling skills and reading achievement. Somebody is something. Somebody is something. So we have to show possession. We need apostrophe s. So can I use last one, children? No, because it doesn't have apostrophe s. So I'm left with two options. दूसरा कैसे S and apostrophe? Okay. Yeah. Both of them have apostrophe, but which one? First one? Second one? Second one? Raju? Raju is confused. I thought when I started writing this, I thought maybe I shouldn't do it. They know it already. But you guys prove me wrong every single time. Two people know only. Fatima, try. What is the rule with apostrophe? Gariman, jaldi bolo. आगे भी जाना है. Okay, let's do. There is a word called student, and if I want to say students' possession to something, students' performance. Yeah, clear? Students' performance. Now, if we have more number of students, more number of students means many. So it will be students' performance. Are you know? When we have many, when the word is plural, so we put apostrophe after the plural word, obviously. Okay. But in practice means when you write, you don't put this s. It is there, but it is not written there. Okay. In practice, we don't write. People. What about people? Okay, now we have the word people. Now what to do? Can I make peoples? No, because it's already plural. So now I'll put apostrophe s. But the rule is with plurals we don't put s, we only put apostrophe. Be consistent, guys. You're saying different things, different. याद आ रहा है ना धीरे धीरे हाँ good. Okay, the rule is to show possession you must put apostrophe s. You must put apostrophe s with singulars or uncountables. Okay? But when the word is plural, and ending with an s, when the word is plural and ending with an s, in that case only you put apostrophe but not s. This is a plural. Is it ending with an s? So the rule does not apply to this one. It should be like. Now this is actually a wrong word. Why? Because we know children cannot be children's. It is already plural. So this is a wrong word. This is not even an English word. Okay. So children plural. Is it ending with an s? No. So we must put apostrophe s. Any singular noun, let's say class, ending with an s. Does the rule applies to this one? No, I said only the plural nouns ending with an s, not the singular nouns. So any plural noun, it will have apostrophe as well as s. But you make it glasses, plural now, it is plural, you will have to put apostrophe no s. Okay. So children doesn't end with s. People doesn't end with s. So these words which are already plural but are not ending with an s will have apostrophe as well as s. A silly rule, but this people struggle with this a lot. So answer is children's. Okay, ये खत्म हो गया, शुक्र है. Next one. A meteor system is dash of, easy. Is composed of, which means it includes, which means it is made up of. Okay, and because of is, we are looking for, it's a passive sentence, we are looking for the third form. So benefited, perturbed, composed. The only one which makes sense is composed. These, okay, meteor system is composed of dust particles that have been ejected from, ejected means left out, nikal dena, okay? That have been ejected from a parent comet at a variety of velocities, variety of different velocities. Velocities means, in simple terms, it means speed. These particles follow the same dash as the parent comet. The same what? Shuttle is a man-made thing. Method of what? Orbit. Every heavenly body has an orbit as a path. Okay. So these particles, because they have a reason, उसके बाद उन्होंने बताया भी है. These particles follow the same orbit as the parent comet, but due to their differing velocities. So the path is the same, but due to the difference in speed, they slowly gain or fall behind the disintegrating comet. Very easy. One car is moving at this speed, okay, and there are few other particles. Some of them are quicker and some of them are slower. This is not going to change its speed. Comet is not changing its speed. So those who are quicker will go ahead, those who are slower will remain behind. So ultimate result क्या हो गया? Velocity they slowly gain or fall behind the disintegrated comet dash. A shroud of dust surrounds the entire cometary orbit. Yes. So until the whole path, because some are falling behind, some are ahead of the comet. So ultimately the whole path has something in it. The whole path has something in it because all of them are moving at different speeds. Okay. Because if they all will have the same speed, they will be at this level, not the whole road. चार गाड़ियां निकली, चारों all four of them at the same speed. Will they be covering the whole path? No, they will be at the same level at every time. But these are at different speeds, so they are all over the road. So they are covering the whole cometry Earth. Astronomers have hypothesized that a meteor stream should broaden with time as the dust particle individual orbits are dashed by planetary gravitational fields. So they are moving, now they are saying they'll spread as well. Broader means they will spread as well, and the reason is they have planetary gravitational fields. Should broaden with time as the dust particle individual orbits, unke khud ke raste, the path they are following, are dashed by, are benefited by, are passive, are benefited by, are perturbed by, composed is already used. So because of are, I'm looking for passive sentence. Third form of the verb, only two fits, benefited or perturbed. Perturbed means disturbed, unsettled, okay, not following the routine. So you are moving and you are disturbed, distracted, unsettled by something else. So because of the gravitational forces around them, these particles are pulled away or moved away from their path. So if they are moving here because of the gravitational pull, now it is here, and this one is here. So the path is becoming broader. Path is becoming broader. Perturbed. Composed, orbit, until, and perturbed. Let me give you the answers to the other next one. The first one is occurs, because it's a natural phenomena. Meteor shower, it's a natural phenomena, occurs. Second one, from one side it enters, and from second side it, so obviously entered and exited, the form will be the same as used in the first part. Entered will be exited. And there's no reason why the earth should always pass through the stream's exact center. That's why it varies every year. So isliye, that's why, because it doesn't pass from the center every time. That is why every time it varies, changes. Last one is very easy. Time intervals is a plural, and if you read the whole sentence, it is in simple present. Is. So plural, suggest, because the sentence is in present. They have finished. Is about 3000 years old. Give me a second. I have to give you a link. Meanwhile, go through this reading summary. I'll give you a link and we'll discuss this reading summary at the same time. Footscray, how many of you are, obviously most of you are trying for 79. So why don't you come to 2 to 5:30 session? Is it too late? Too late for you guys? You came once or twice, you were thrown out? हाँ? ऐसा भी हुआ था? No? Chalo. Okay, let's discuss this question first. Summarize written text, everyone. This is a question under the writing section. Summarize written text, and in the class we always call it reading summary. And this question gives you marks in reading as well as writing. Reading as well as writing. Okay, so that's why we call it reading summary. This question is very easy to solve. It's not that easy, but when you follow the pattern that we have in the class, it is actually one of the easiest questions. Okay? The idea is to produce a summary using this text in front of you. And it has to be grammatically correct. It should have good vocabulary, and on Top of that, the condition is you can write only one sentence. You can write only one sentence. So you have to summarize this text, which is about 100 and 200 words long, in only one sentence. मैं बता रही हूँ कंट्रोल मेरे से भी आगे चल रहे हैं. I'm wiping it off. Those who have just come in, can you please note this link? This is the listening most recent version of listening summary, so you will be using this only. Discard any previous links you have. Now the question is summarize written text. But in the class, we always call it reading summary. Word limit is 5 to 75 words. 5 to 75 words. You will get either 2 or 3 of these questions, and you will get 10 minutes each. And there's no point saving time on one question. You can't use it anywhere else. You can't use it anywhere else. So it's better to spend on that question itself. Okay. Luckily for us, sir has come up with a genius idea called copy paste to solve this question, which has helped students to get 90 in their writing. Okay. So there's no reason why would you doubt this method. The method is copy paste. Now what to copy and what to paste? Grammar, sentence structure, vocabulary, everything is tested along with the content. And we know that in PT, content is not the most important thing. The most important condition which I forgot to write about this question is you have to respond in only one sentence. Now what we do is we read the passage and we pick 2 sentences from the passage. We pick 2 sentences from the passage, 2 general ideas, not examples or data, general sentences, which you believe explain the main idea. Now you're finding it difficult. There are too many data sentences, there are question marks, some sentences which doesn't fit the criteria, you can't have them, word limit is going too far. You're struggling and you thought, okay, these 2 sentences are okay, but they are not conveying the main idea. What should I do? Pick them. Pick them. So the idea is not the main idea. The idea is to find those 2 relevant sentences which will work for you, which will fulfill the criteria. Okay. Now pick those 2 sentences and type in the response box. You can't copy paste. You are not allowed to do copy paste in the exam. In fact, you can write, you can do anything with your writing, but you can't copy paste from the exams questions. Okay. Now what you have to do, you will have to type those 2 sentences in your response box. So now you have picked 2 sentences and you are typing them. Sentence number 1, sentence number 2. Only one sentence. How many I have written already? So I'm definitely going to fail. Now what? Now we'll cheat the computer. That's what we do in PTE. Now what we'll do is, we'll simply remove this full stop after sentence number 1. We'll convert it into comma and we'll use a magical conjunction which can join anything in the world. Okay. And it helps you to join 2 sentences. And so I have put comma, I have put and, I have picked 2 sentences from the passage. So grammar going wrong, no chance. Vocabulary, no chance. Sentence structure, no chance. I have fulfilled the condition only one sentence. And when I'm picking the sentences, I'll be careful to be within the limit. So everything is done. Everything is done when you do this method. Now what do you do after this? If possible, you make 2 changes in this sentence that you have written. Two changes will be very easy changes. You replace a word with its synonym. Big, large. Easy. Scientists argue, scientists contend. While, whereas. Easy changes. Easy changes means something you are 200% sure of, not doubtful. Okay, मैम ने बोला था चेंज कर देना, चेंज श्योर नहीं है, चेंज कर देते हैं. श्योर नहीं है, चेंज कर देते हैं is a bad idea. If you're not sure and you don't change anything, you can still get 90. But you are unsure and you make a change, it can ruin the whole sentence. It can change the meaning of the sentence. Maybe it doesn't fit the context. Okay? No changes to be made if you're not sure, if you don't know whether it should fit there or not. Second thing, when you make a change, if you are making a change, it says is increasing. And I know increasing can be enhancing and augmenting. I replaced increasing with enhance. It has to be enhancing. The same form of the verb has to be used. If it is increased, it will be enhanced. Okay, so you have to be careful with these small. Now you know what to do. Give me two sentences from this passage. Give me two sentences from this passage in front of you. Say again. आप सेकंड लाइन ले रहे हो उसमें से? रुक जाओ अभी. Have to. Unless you have and but in the second sentence, in the beginning of the second sentence, you will use and. I know. You'll still use and. I'm telling you when you will not use it. Okay? Guys, in every single scenario, you will use comma and. The only situation where you will not use it is when this sentence is starting with and or but. Clear? In that case, you don't need this and. You simply put a comma. Simply put a comma. Yeah. Could you find anything? This is a very tricky one. They're saying something in the first sentence and they are proving something else in the second paragraph. But we are not trying to cover every single point mentioned in the passage, because you must have that sentence ready within 2 to 3 minutes. If you are still finding the sentence till 7th or 8th minute, when will you type? And typing is not a problem. When will you recheck? While typing will not get you marks, but making sure that this is correctly typed will get you marks. Okay? So sentence picking is not the main thing. Obviously it is, because you don't want to go beyond 75. Okay? But you have to find your sentence within 2 to 3 minutes. And I am telling you that 100% content representation is not important. Anything which fits the bill. Okay? So you said sentence number 2, Kiran? Okay, good. I'm happy. And then what? Sentence 2 and sentence 3. When do I ever say but in the class? Why do you say but in the class? Guys, and I told you is a magical conjunction. It will fit any situation, whether it's but or and. Okay, but will fit only but situations. So whenever you think it looks like but situation, but you think you are not sure, use and. Okay, so you have picked number 2 and number 3. So he has picked number 2 and number 3. Will I comment on the content? No. Because that's something we don't do. We don't worry about whether it has covered everything or not. He has picked those 2 sentences. He's happy. I'm more than happy. Anyone else? Yes, because they are talking about that first part and then they are talking adding other information along with that. He has picked 2 consecutive sentences. No? Okay. So that other point is already mentioned in sentence number 2. Hanji, anyone else? Give me your name again. I forgot. Inder. Hmm. Can you count the number of words? I checked them. I've checked everything. So conditions apply. So you have to be careful. You can't just pick sentences. Word limit. You are below or above word limit. It's a huge penalty. Huge penalty. I'm telling you, the idea is not to be good. Idea is not to convey the whole message. Idea is to fit that criteria. 5 to 75, 2 sentences combined into one and make 2 changes. That's it. Anyone else? आप लोग सब अच्छा अच्छा ढूंढने की कोशिश कर रहे हो, कुछ नहीं हो रहा. First student, good. Happy. Louder, darling. I'm happy if it's less than 25, 75. 65, no? Good. Anyone else? Okay, can I use my first sentence? Can I use my first sentences as, for example, can I have that as my first sentence? Can I have it as my second sentence? For example is something we don't use in summary. Summaries is not about for example. Summary is the gist. We don't give examples and like. Okay. I want to start second last sentence of first paragraph. I want to start from that. The differences between the groups and the similarities within each group. Can I use that? Why not? The groups means what? What is wrong? They have written groups here. So if it is written the groups means they are talking about some specific group which have already been mentioned in the passage. So if I pick this sentence, it doesn't have the name of the group. So I am giving vague information. My sentence is incorrect. So I cannot pick this. Clear? So this is something that you cannot pick. Okay. How about last sentence as a first sentence? Last sentence of this passage. Why not? Why not, Raju? राजू कह रहा मैंने तो किया है, मैं क्या करूं? You think, you're not sure? मारूंगी. These techniques cannot be your starting point. These means pronoun. It simply means they have already talked about those techniques. So you have to have the independent sentences which are not dependent on any other information. If I write these techniques, I don't know which techniques. So is it a correct sentence? It's not. It's not complete information. So now I have a problem. Clear? अब देखो आपके पास बच्चा खुचा क्या है. What are you left with? So this way you rule out sentences. Okay? I can use these sentences only if my previous sentence will talk about those techniques. Otherwise, I can't fit this sentence. And those the groups can only be used. It can be second sentence, but only if my previous sentence is talking about those two. These restrictions apply. So you have to practice, you have to learn these things. Never you can have first and the last. It doesn't have to be in the sequence. And I'm not saying the first one has to come first and the second one. You can have second one first and first one after if they are not dependent on in a sequence. You have to, yes, very important condition. When you are using, अच्छा, क्योंकि जब मैं link देने वाली हूँ, आप silly questions पूछने वाले हो. When you are doing it in the exam, you will use only complete sentence. You can't use part sentence. Complete. You can't omit something because you don't like it. Because these techniques is having a problem, let's omit these techniques. आगे से शुरू कर लो. Have strongly suggested. Yeah, because these techniques I am not able to find the noun, so let's omit these techniques. Or you think the sentence is too long. For example, in the was speaking those two sentences, he thought the sentences are going beyond 75. So 80 words है, तो उसने पीछे वाले 5. Let's remove last 5. Or maybe you removed a proper chunk, but that might change the meaning of the whole thing. So this is something that we don't encourage. You don't omit anything into a complete sentence. You don't add anything into a complete sentence from yourself. Clear? अब करना क्या इसका? Give me the sentence. Okay, I'll tell you what I have picked. I'm not telling I'm right, you are wrong. I'm not telling you this. In summaries, there's no right and there is no wrong. But when I checked all these conditions, I can't have these, I can't have this, there is a problem with this sentence. So I was left with very few options. Okay. So I picked sentence number 1. And I picked sentence number 2 of paragraph 2. Now, 2. It was once assumed that all living things could be divided into 2 fundamental and exhaustive categories. And among the bacteria, there are organisms that are significantly different both from the cells of eukaryotics and from the true bacteria. And it now appears there are 3 stems in the tree of. So that's my answer. But your answer is also correct if it is 5 to 75 and following those silly, small, simple rules. Now I told you we'll be making 2 changes. It was once assumed that all living things could be divided into 2 fundamental and exhaustive. Fundamental can be basic or assumed could be believed. But only one. We are not making both. Unless I find some, second sentence, if I'm not able to find anything, then maybe I have to go for these 2. Let's try something in sentence number 2. Among the bacteria, these organisms are significantly different. Significantly can be, no, that's not increasing. Yes. Yes, remarkably, this is what I'm telling you. Sometimes the significance means important, but here it won't make sense. So you have to be careful. Remarkably or all good. 2 changes done and we are ready with the summary. And obviously I'll put after categories, full stop will be comma and and. And then I'll start from among. What about among ka A? Has to be small because it's in the middle of the sentence. What if this A is Australia? So all these things matter. All these things matter. Now I'm giving you a link which has some summaries and has been solved for you guys. We'll go through them, but some of those summaries, because they are not done by you, so will not be following the rule as it is. But it's easy for you because you know the answers beforehand. So you just follow them. Okay, let me give you the link first. All capital with number 6 in it. Open it. If you don't know what to do with it, it's okay. Don't open it. Okay, number 1. So look at this. Number 1. Now we have removed 3 words from here because when we're doing it, it was going beyond limit. But you don't try that. Never. Okay, this is a very strict instruction. When you pick your sentences, you don't try these things because you might not realize that could be the most integral part of that sentence. Okay, so, but hopefully you'll be getting something from here only. That's what people are getting usually. So if something new turns up, be careful. Okay, don't be too overconfident. Okay, I know I can make all the changes, I can break the sentence, I can take 3 sentences and do this. These things has never helped anyone. Follow the rules and you'll be fine. So look at this one. So we have picked could midday napping save your life, because it has a question. And the next one, meaningless sentence, right? So this passage was also very tricky. It was hard to find those 2 normal sentences. That's why we picked this one. And then last one. And in Athens, in the exam, you will not copy them. That's why we have put a cross there. You will not use them. And 2 changes. One is heart can be cardiovascular. Heart disease can be cardiovascular disease. Now look at this. 6 hyphen ear. What if you remove that hyphen? It's a huge grammatical error. So that's what we are telling you. You should do the picking of sentence in the first 2-3 minutes, because after that, this word to word typing is very important. What about this comma after yesterday? It's as important as yesterday. Okay, every single thing has to be as it is. But with these 2 sentences, if you get something similar, somebody got napping the other day, you will not use this and in it. Okay, so the answer to this one would be, in a study released yesterday, researchers at the Harvard School of Public Health reported that Greeks who took regular 30-minute siestas were 37% less likely to die of cardiovascular disease over a 6-year period than those who never napped. Full stop should be comma and after that the study will be T small. T will be small. So you have, nakal with akal wala kaam karna hai. T, the study published in the Archives of Internal Medicine. So Internal Medicine Archives, A capital, I capital, M capital, as it is, comma, concluded that napping was more likely than diet or physical activity to lower. So instead of lower, you'll use reduce the incidence of heart attacks and other life hyphen ending heart ailments. Full stop at the end is very, 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 very important, because it's a sentence. And sentence is incomplete without that full stop. And first letter has to be capital. So the focus should be on typing and checking your work, not finding those 2 sentences. Because when everything will be correct, you'll get marks. Doesn't matter how good sentences you have picked, if you have made mistakes in typing, it's going to be useless, worthless. Okay, let's go to number 2. So number 2, we have picked sentence number 1 and sentence number 2. They are together. So in 1920, the 18th Amendment, E capital, A capital. I know it sounds silly, मैं बार बार बोल रही हूँ, but I'm trying to emphasize on the requirement to type as it is. Okay. Amendment to the United U capital States as capital Constitution, C capital, was enacted, comma. Now one more thing. Some students ask me, ma'am, the sentence had already 6 commas in it. Why before and? Because that is for a completely different purpose. That comma is to combine to complete sentences. You remove that comma, your sentence will be ruined. Doesn't matter if you have already 10 ands in that sentence. You still put that and. So there's no compromise with that comma and the criteria is not how many commas are already there. That is not the criteria. The criteria is whether I can pick this sentence, this is independent, it is starting with the pronoun, it makes sense. These are the criteria, not commas and ands. Okay? So look at the next one. Kitne commas? How many commas are already there? So if going by your rules, I would have omitted this sentence. Okay. Creating would be causing. Yet another serious setback to the American. Creating will be causing. Creating will be replaced with causing. So those red words are, you will have to replace the black word with the red word. You don't write them both. कुछ भी कर सकते हो आप. Creative people, right? So creating will have to be removed, and you will put causing there. Okay. Causing yet another serious setback to the American A capital wine industry. Full stop will be comma. Comma ke baad there will be a space. After comma there will be a space. No space before comma or full stop. Never ever. You do not put a space before the punctuation mark, but you always put a space after the punctuation mark. Okay. So no space before comma, but after comma space. And what about the National Prohibition Act? As it is, it's the name of a act, all capital. देखा ऐसे भी नहीं है, बिना दिमाग के काम नहीं चलेगा, लगाना पड़ेगा. Okay, because it's the name of a act, you can't change, you have to write it as it is. Again comma, yes. Also known as Volstead Act, V capital A capital, prohibited the manufacture comma sale comma manufacture comma space sale comma space transportation comma space importation comma space exportation comma space delivery comma space or space possession. This is very important. This space after the punctuation, not before the punctuation. Okay. Or possession of intoxicating liquors for beverage purposes comma space, and nearly instead of destroyed, ruined. What has become a thriving national? Now look at this. If you get this one, you look at the first 1920. What will you do? Start writing. You will start writing because the sentences are already picked for you. And you don't even have to think about the changes. It is already done for you. The only thing you have to do is copy as it is. As it is. This is the mool mantra, the basic thing that you have to do in this question. Any doubts about this copy paste? I know मैं तो बोलती जा रही हूँ. जिनको पता है, जिन्होंने पेपर दिया, उनको ये भी पता है it works. What about other people? Those who joined us today, do you think it is worth trying? Savit क्या करे? Savit, right? Do you think it will work? No. What your heart says? If you are saying so, you just joined yesterday, 2 days ago. How can you trust us? Huh? You gotta trust someone. It doesn't have to be me. Why not me? Wow, what a logic. Because we have proven it. We have already proved it. Okay? So you have every reason to trust us. You don't have to trust blindly. It is a calculated, judged trust. You know that these things have already helped people to get these many. Ask anyone who has scored 19 writing. What did they do? Only this. Copy, paste. People didn't even make any change and got 90. These two changes. So you got a new summary. You can't change anything. I'm telling you not to change it. If you can't, do not. It's preferable to change, but if you can't, then no. Number 3. The first sentence would be research has shown R small. Why? Oh, okay. Sorry. Just checking, guys. Research has shown that as the amount of time spent watching TV goes up together, goes up. Both the words will go away. Goes up together will be removed, not goes, not up. Dono jayenge. Goes up will be increases. Why? Because we have to use the same tense. Goes, increases. Watching TV increases the amount of TV devoted not only the amount of time devoted not only to homework and study but other important aspects of life such as social development and physical activities decreases, comma, space, and. It is important. I capital. Thank you. It is important. Nahi. It is necessary that parents manage their children's TV, both capital, viewing so that it can be a plus rather than a minus in the family. Easy. Right? Let's go to number 4. 2 consecutive sentences. Yes? Yes. For the grasses, which have evolved to withstand the grazing of ruminants, the cow maintains and expands their habitat by stopping. So in the exam it will be stopping, not preventing. Trees and shrubs. Do you have to memorize these? You just have to read them a few times so that you know which sentence, because this highlighted thing will be kind of a picture in your mind and you will know. And when you have read them 2-3 times, you know preventing, stopping, plentiful, sufficient. So just read them. Listening summary, memorize them. These just read them every 5-6 days. Okay? Signing हो रहा है कि नहीं हो रहा? नहीं हो रहा? अच्छी बात है. Go out. There is a sheet lying on that with Kaka. Bring it. Nobody's signing now. Maybe, I thought maybe I'll bring something new. You will feel better. Okay. Expands, maintains, as, expands, as. If you miss these as, the meaning will change. So that's what I'm telling you. Typing is the most important thing. Expands their habitat by stopping trees and shrubs from gaining a foothold. So what if I've written trees and not shrubs, only shrub? It's a grammatical error and requires parallel structure. From gaining a foothold and hogging the sunlight, you have to use this as it is. This semicolon has to be as it is. The animal, again, space will be after the punctuation mark. The animal also spreads grass seed, plants it with its hooves and then fertilizes it with his manure, space, and I small. In exchange for these services, the grasses offer ruminants a plentiful means sufficient, and exclusive supply of lunch. Let's go to number 5. This one was a tricky one. It was very difficult to find 2 easy sentences. So you have to be smart. Look at this. A simple definition might be that it. There is no subject here. It. Right? So that's why we have changed that might be. And we have introduced the topic here. So be smart with this one. A simple definition ke baad you will write of museology is. Pritam, it's only 10 minutes to go for the class to finish. Are they allowing you to enter the class? But you know, 10 minutes to go. Why would you come into the class? I don't like it. Pritam, wait outside. Bache, don't ruin the mood. A simple, so please be careful. When it's only 15 minutes to go, you are actually ruining it for yourself. You will lose interest in class. Aadha pehle pata chal gaya, aadha after that you won't even feel like attending the session. Okay. When it's full, there's no space to sit, then you come in. So might be will be replaced with of museology is. Ye yaad rakhna padega. So the sentence would be, a simple definition of museology is that it is, now it kya hai? Museology. Now we know. Okay. A simple definition of museology is that it is the study of museums, their history. So with these sentences, be careful. Okay. Pay more attention to them. Then comma and then this last thing. Look at this. It is not a complete sentence. This it is not the starting of a sentence. But you don't try this. You will only follow this. Okay. So it is a field, and it is a field of inquiry so broad as to be a matter of concern to almost everyone. The problem was this one had very long sentences. If we pick them all together, it was going beyond 75 in every case. Okay. So we had to do this. So clear? A simple definition of museology is, you memorize kar lo, and the last part, it is a field of inquiry. Okay? This is not a complete sentence, it's a part of sentence. Number 6, 2 consecutive sentences. Easy, improve would be, enhance and increase would be augment. That's it. And new, you will also write it like this. Okay? Number 7, another easy one. Unless आपको unless शायद end नहीं चाहिए, आपको end चाहिए. I told you there is no exception except and but. Okay. Many human activities are responsible for the production of greenhouse gases, comma, and space, unless you small, unless the government sets regulations and taxes, the individual level of involvement will be very low, and unless many people participate, the amount of greenhouse gases will not be significantly reduced, means sufficiently, means as per requirement. Number 8. The same problem we have in number 8, word limit. Okay, so now look at all those crosses. Can you see that? As late as Big Bang in 1986, when bowler hats were finally hung up, you wouldn't have bet the farm on London surpassing would be overtaking New York, no Frankfurt. No Frankfurt, New York and Tokyo. Comma nahi chahiye. Only two things. You don't need that comma, okay? So just make sure. New York and Tokyo as Mammon's international nexus, comma, and yet, why small? The 325,000 souls. So instead of who operate, you remove both of them with one word, which is operating. So word limit was a very crucial thing in this particular paragraph. Operating. So who operate, both of them leave, and we introduce operating. So those who are studying with us for a while, they know that it is present participle. Okay, there's a reason why we changed it. Operating in the UK's capitals, financial hub have now overtaken their New York rivals in the size of funds managed. No including offshore business, no including offshore business, only the semicolon, and they hold. Okay, so if you don't remember these things, it will be a problem. The word limit would be a problem. So no Frankfurt, who operate would be operating, so it's a replacement as well. Hamara wo bhi kaam ho gaya. And no including offshore. Where is the cross? You don't have to use those. Okay. Next one. So again, having the same problem in the next one. If you cut down a tree today, it's straightforward to count the rings inward, starting from the tree outside, because it's given in brackets, so we are omitting it, because we know that brackets are usually extra information. Okay. And thereby, to note that 177th ring from the outermost, blah, 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 full stop will be comma, and actually would be in fact, and because it's in the middle of the sentence, so I would be small. The ring sequence is even more diagnostic and richer in information than the Morse code full stop. After Morse code, full stop, end. Clear? So these ones where these tricks are, there are only a few. There are only a few summary where you have to memorize all these things, that this sentence is not a complete sentence, you have to remove this. But generally, most of them are easy. Bracket. Yes. Okay. Next one. Very easy. So as it is complete sentences, constraint would be restricted and capacity would be ability. Okay. And W would be small. Okay. Number 11, again easy. First and the last sentence, notion would be opinion, and an essential. An essential will have an, but basic can't have an. A basic. Number 12. So we couldn't find any change in the first one, so we made 2 changes in the second one. Demographers observed, D will be small because it's a continuation, and predicted would be anticipated. Okay, so most of them are easy, but some of them are. Guys, keep passing the signing sheet, नहीं तो यही रहोगे, जाओगे नहीं. पता नहीं आप लोगों को 3 घंटे क्यों लगते हैं साइन करने में. हाँ जी, next one. Again, very easy, completely, entirely, nowadays, these days. Number 14, armed police, reduce would be lower, and begin, started. अब आप देखोगे इतना बड़ा paragraph and we have picked 2 small sentences, but they work for us. Okay? Number 15. Number 15 was also a problematic one. So we have started from they, but we have replaced they with the main noun because we don't start with pronouns. Okay. So who are they? They are diasporas. Okay. And origins, roots. इसमें कुछ और भी था. Is it less than 75? Obviously it should be. Should be less than. Number 16. This is a very common one. Singing wala. काफी आता है. First and second. View, opinion, now, these days. Number 17. This is also Miss Universe. Dramatic increase, significant increase. Opponents argue, opponents contend. Parents on birthday, Dagati. Oh. In number 15. How many of you haven't signed as yet? Where is the signing sheet? You're signing or you're keeping it with you? मैं वही तो मैं देख रही हूँ. In all the branches, guys, can you tell me about this one, diaspora? 74 now, so it's within the limit. All good. Limit is 75. 74, so we can still add one more. So add another end. Guys, I was joking, huh? Don't add. All good. Number 16, number 17, number 18. Same thing, an issue. So problem can't be an problem, so it will be a problem. Okay. Agati notes, Agati states. Same 19, we are starting for they. They is, we need a noun and they're talking about sen. And in the second one, we have the sen because we have already mentioned the noun. So now we are replacing it with a pronoun. Okay. That's it. Easy. Number 20, theory explains, theory describes and create cause. Number 21, nobody, no one, rising, soaring. Easy, two very simple sentences. Does everyone sign? It's full. कितने लोग रह गए अभी भी बच्चे पीछे पास कर. Number 22, potential geothermal energy in the region. The region means a specific region. We don't have that. We have to write that. So they are talking about Kenya. So that's why we have removed the region and replaced it with Kenya. So the potential of geothermal energy in Kenya. Or simply to enjoy, just to enjoy. Number 23. बहुत ही बोरिंग समरी है. इसको पढ़ते हुए बंदा बोर हो जाता. Nation and today, nowadays. Go through them. Any question, ask me now. I know you don't have any questions because you are not going to go through them. Okay, if you haven't signed, just sign and you can leave. Summaries. For existing students, it is listening summary. You have to pass the test. Yes, you can. He'll be posting it on the Facebook. Timing would be posted on the Facebook. So you that link we have to like. Okay, everyone. How many of you? How many of you studied listening summaries yesterday? हाँ? मैंने ये तो पूछा कितने लोगों ने पढ़ी कल? लिंक नहीं खुलता तो बाद पता लगू पहले पढ़न लग गए सी लिंक नहीं खुलिया वो कितने जाने हैं ओके आप लोगों को नया लिंक मिल जाएगा जो पढ़ ही नहीं रहे वो क्या करेंगे यस्मिन लिंक खोला था अच्छा आप लोग तो शाम को थे हाँ तो बच्चे लिसनिंग समरी वाला लिंक खोल आप नहीं देना पड़ता बिकॉज़ फिर मिलना नहीं लिंक लिसनिंग समरी से कोई Guys, we have changed the link to listening summaries. Any previous links of listening summary is not to be used. Okay? Because there were some changes, minor changes, comma, star, wo sari cheezein. So we have edited them. So any other listening summary link which you have been using so far, stop using it. We have already removed a link. जैसे कि पूजा को नहीं मिल रहा, वो कहाँ है कौन? So use वही लिंक याद रखना है? नहीं रखना? अच्छी बात। ये है वीजा, ये है स्टूडेंट, ये है ए टीच और ये है सिटीजनशिप। ये है फॉर student visa and citizenship you need this is the link for listening summaries which you should be using from now onwards. Any previous links please stop using them. कहीं भी लिखा भी है उसको क्रॉस कर दो. Okay, then we won't be responsible for any errors. This is for listening summaries. Copy it, open it, check it, it's opening. This is lowercase f and lowercase r. Uppercase V, uppercase S, number 8 and uppercase C. After this, open your Facebook page. There is a signing sheet lying somewhere. Start signing.
First post, success number 2643. Another successful Imdadian is Abdul, who has scored 84, 90, 90, and 80 in his PTE academic test held on 18 December. Success number 2642 is Sachin, who had scored 79 in his listening, 84 in reading, 90 in speaking, and 90 in writing. Then Shoaib we did yesterday. Yeah. Only 2 for today? Yes. Shoaib we did yesterday, right? Only 2 for today. That's it. Mandeep ma'am, listening to show or reading we speaking show? We'll be doing read aloud first. Speaking. Morning. Material Milan. Everyone has got the sheets. Please make sure you take them before you sit. Can you please pass this on? Thank you. Everyone has got the sheets quickly? Yeah? We'll be doing question number 1. Read aloud. The first question of your exam. 3 important things in read aloud. 3 important things. Who will tell me? Fluency.
Sign it, pass it. If you have signed it, pass it.
Pronunciation. Pronunciation ही गलत हो गया. Pronunciation, fluency, and clarity with your content. Very quickly, because we have like lots of things to do. What do you understand by fluency? Speaking as fast as possible, speaking as quickly as possible? No. Speaking without any fumbling anywhere, speaking without any pauses. So you're speaking flawlessly. You're not reading the words. You're not, repeating any list. You're reading everything flawlessly. Clear? comes your pronunciation. What do you understand by pronunciation? Not pronunciation, as you said. Pronunciation.
When you are speaking, they should not be talking.
Yes.
If they are talking,
Throw them out.
that simply means they are not listening.
Yeah.
If they are not listening, you are
Yeah. Pronunciation. What do you understand by pronunciation? To pronounce the word in the correct tone, correct accent. For your pronunciation, as we all know, like we are not natives, so we don't have very strong or very good pronunciation. So sir has come up with good strategy to use per, ter, and per. Very common. You all have heard. So you won't be saying per, you'll be saying per with little H sound. Per, ter, k. No? In your read alouds, I won't say like emphasize on using each and every word using tones like H sound, per, because that way you will definitely get fumble. You know, you won't be able to speak like all of a sudden. What if like you used to read like research in universities and now you're saying research in universities have won't be working. So always try to prove to the computer that you are native speakers by using at least 3-4 words from your passage, right? For example, penguin. I can clearly see like it's a 40-word long passage or a paragraph. I'll say penguin. I'll say transport, transport. Correct? I will succor well. Other day, there was a student here. He said light, let, again, as we say, let chaligi. So, your Punjabiyat, don't bring it out during your exam, right? Don't bring it out during your exam. Ter sounds, transport, travel, transport, travel, traveleries, whatever. K sounds, starting with K sound. Camera, Cameroon, kangaroo, kites, keats, whatever. Parakeets. Okay. So choose 3 or 4 words. Choose 3 or 4 words which you think like you can easily speak well and pronounce well. No? That way you won't even lose your fluency and you will be able to do the text. Clarity of the content. What do you understand by clarity? These days we told you to speak a bit faster. Now, does that mean like speaking at a pace or reading a text at a pace without even thinking for a second that if the computer is actually understanding it or not? That is a wrong thing. You can definitely get good marks in your speaking, I was telling you yesterday as well, by speaking fluently without fumbling anywhere, but it will cost you marks in your reading. Correct? So if you won't be saying a word traveler as travelers or travelers as traveler, it will cost you marks in your reading. And then not reading anything clearly. Travels. Computer won't understand because the words will not match simply with the computer. Travels. Make sense? Shall we move on now? So we will be first thing speaking flawlessly without fumbling anywhere. Even if you make an error or two, you will just skip that and keep on moving. Second important thing, if you come across with a very difficult word, say you have tried like in those 40 seconds, you have tried 2 or 3 times, you feel like you are, saying it the wrong way. So it's always good to skip that. But the idea is not to skip 3-4 words in every read aloud. It's like from all those read alouds, you can skip a word or two. Right? Are we good to go now? Shall we try with the read aloud? Sure. I'll give you 2 minutes and I'll randomly ask many of you today to do the things. And those people who are busy talking, they will get more chance today. 2 minutes, there you go. Everyone sign? Sign करते हैं. Offenders. Offenders. Yeah, one who offends. Tyranniancy. Tyranniancy. Tyrannian. All good? Okay. Name. Chavez. Chavez will do read aloud number 1 and everyone will pay attention. No more reading, please. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Research in universities and agricultural institutes, as well as by the industry, has a crucial role to play. The large step pyramids even exceed the size of pyramids in Egypt for sheer volume of material used. Women were banned from competing and spectating at the original games, and Shortup is barely 100 years old, so the direct linkage with the ancient past was tenuous.
Very good. Just 1 or 2 minor mistakes, but he didn't fumble. Though he said put to the outward, but he didn't fumble. And he also made like pyramids, 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 not pyramids, pyramids, right? He fumbled like at expected, exceed, whatever, 1 or 2 words, but he didn't stop. So that is the idea. Even if you make 1 or 2 mistakes, there is no point losing your fluency, right? So we'll quickly move on to the other one. Your name, please. Sabina. Sabina will do read aloud number 4. Whichever you want to. Sabina, 1, 2, 3.
The movement promotes homemade, handmade for biodiversity, sustainability, and overall taking the time to savor good food at the table. The holiday season is also a time for me to savor foods I might not have the chance to any other time of the year. Of, of course, I must have sure my taste bombs remember them along after the holiday are over.
Holidays are over. So don't skip or omit anything while you're reading, right? It was good. It was the same monotonous tone throughout, and it's good. It's good. Try to be a little bit louder when you be confident. That's all. Anyone else who would like to try before we move on to the next question? Anyone who would like to give it a go? Sure. If you're trying here, it's for your good. Because you're talking in front of many students here. If you're, if you lack confidence, you're practicing here, obviously you'll do wonders in your exam. It will be you and the computer.
A movement promotes homemade.
Which one is that? It's not working. Sorry. Leave it. Speak loud.
Second, a movement promotes homemade, handmade food, biodiversity, sustainability, and above all, taking the time to savor good food at the table. The holiday season is also a time for me to savor food I might not have the chance to any other time of the year. So of course, I must make sure my taste buds remember them long after the holidays are over.
Good one. Try to be a little bit more fast. Just a bit. It was good without any errors. Okay. Now let's move on to describe image. Your third question in your speaking module. Does content matters in this question? It matters to the extent that it covers your title, your words and numbers. 8 to 9 seconds of your content apart from your fixed lines is very important. Now by content, I don't mean to describe the trend, to describe the scenario, to describe that image or chart. By content, I mean simply to read those words, lines or numbers, right? So that the computer should actually get to know that you are describing this particular image. Is that clear? Another 2 minutes quickly. I'm sure you can all do it. Anyone new who is doing describe image for the first time? You're doing it for the first time? No worries. Just observe students doing it. You might find it very strange for the first time because they won't be explaining the scenario or the trend, but you will get to know what you have to start. 3 or 4 fixed lines describing the title, the numbers, and the words from the image, and you're good to go. How long you have to speak for? 40 seconds? 25 seconds. Why? Because it won't give you more marks if you will perform after 25 seconds, and there are more chances of making more mistakes or fumbling anywhere. Are we all good to go now? 2 minutes. Sorry? Yeah, sure. We will, like, you're doing it for the first time. If you're doing it for the first time, you just observe what students are doing, and you will get to know the idea. We will definitely give you the fixed lines. We will also tell you how to do it. But first, like for 1 or 2 days, you just observe it. And those who are here for the first time, don't feel afraid or hesitant that you won't be able to do it. By time, we would be repeating these things time and again, and definitely you'll be have your hands on the thing. You too. ਇੰਨੇ ਤਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਵੱਡੇ ਹੈਗੇ ਹੀ ਆ ਹਨਾ ਮਾਰਕਸ ਲੈਣੇ ਆ ਪਲੀਜ਼ don't talk please, it's a request. Class bother ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, they are here for scoring 8 each. Every one of you are professionals, grown-ups, good enough. Take out your spare times to come here and study, so it's always like good, respectable for others as well. Thank you. Okay, Who is doing which image? Quickly, hands up. It's for your benefit. First or second? First. Here we go. Your name, please. Pankaj. So Pankaj is doing image number 1. Everyone pay attention, especially the new students. 1, 2, 3. Start. Leave it. Say it louder. I think it's not working. It's okay.
There is a very beautiful picture in front of me. Let me have a closer look. By having closer look, I can see a lot of trends are emerging out. First, I can see there is a very beautiful heading in front of me. The name of the heading is "A Smooth Sea Never Made a Skillful Sailor." I don't want to explain more heading about this one. I can see a lot of numbers in this picture. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 5 is my favorite number. Moreover, I can see too many shapes in this picture. I do not want to explain more about these shapes in this picture. I think my time is running out. I have to move to the next picture. Thank you very much.
It was not up. I can say that confidently. It's still at a minute or and a half, but it was good. Though there are no numbers, nothing in this image, he didn't fumble anywhere, he didn't stop anywhere. So that is what we call a real performance, right? A same monotonous tone, and it was good to go. It's my bad. I'll have the timer next time. It was good. Anyone else? Anyone else? Very good. Which one you would be doing? And I'll have the timer set for you as well. 1, 2, 3, start.
There is a beautiful picture in front of me. Let me have a closer look at this picture. By looking closely, I can see that several trends are emerging. By looking closely, I can see that several colors are emerging, such as red, green, white. White is my favorite color. I need to speak this. I need to speak this image next 25 seconds. The title of the picture is ABCD. I can see few numbers and words in this picture. I can conclude that this picture is very informative. I need to speak this picture next 25 seconds.
It's okay. Happens. So you can easily evaluate yourself that you was trying to rush. And I am focusing on only one thing, that speaking as quickly as possible won't give you maximum marks. Speaking clearly in a calm and composed manner will help you get good marks. You know, if you will try to rush 110%, you will make mistakes. It's for sure that you will make mistakes. Whenever we do something in a hurry, we actually get like nervous, shaked, you know. And under exam pressure, trust me, have a sigh of relief. Once you are done with one question, take a deep breath and start with the next one, and you'll be good to go. Very important thing, your time management and control over yourself. Yeah? It was good, but you don't need to rush that fast. Otherwise, you'll end up like this. Yeah? So it's not over. One or two of you would be doing describe image. For me, it's over. Keep practicing. Many of you would be doing describe image too. I'll just get the password. I'll just get the password and it'll be back in a second. Practice image 2. पासवर्ड मुझे उसका हमेशा भूल जाता है 235152 थैंक यू 2351 ठीक Okay, who is doing image 2 now? Quickly, please. 1, 2, 3. Wait. I didn't say start. Sorry. 1, 2, 3. Start. Good morning. All good, all good, all good. 33 seconds. Very good. You have good caliber. Flawless. You'll definitely get 8 each. You don't perform like this there then. Yes, maybe, not maybe, yes. Retail lecture. Let's move on to retail lecture, very important one. For your, which two modules? Listening and? Listening, you all know you're very good at it because you have been listening to all the TED Talks since you was like 8 or 9 years old. And you used to listen to all the ABC News and stuff, yeah? Definitely not. That's why you always struggle here. Even me. We always used to read those Danik Jagran, Jagbani. That's why we used to struggle. And so you are. So for that, awesome strategies by sir. Follow them blindly and you're good to go. No other option. Right? I'll be quickly wrapping it up. Who will tell me what retail lecture is? Who will just quickly wrap up what retail lecture is? You? Yes. What is retail lecture? Say whatever you heard, the summary. The words, all the words. Is, am, are, was, were, ing, no, in, off, go, went, gone, all the keywords. The idea is to quickly note down 15 to 20 keywords and not to just to fool the computer by reading them the way you are reading a summary or a passage. And you're not reading just merely list of some words, right? We'll do retail lecture. How long you have to speak? And if you are left with more words, would you stop there? Because in retail lecture, your marks also goes to your listening. So if you are left with 5 to 6 words, it's always good to finish them up and then click next. Everyone ready with pen and papers? Those who never have it, borrow it from your bhai bandhu. One, two, three. List in horizontal order or vertical order? Vertical order, keywords, 15 to 20 words. 1, 2, 3, start. What if the sound is not there? And what if I even don't know how it works? I will ask for help, obviously. Volume है जो लैपटॉप के साथ, it's not working. I'm trying to struggle with. ये रही मैं इसका करना. Thank you. प्ले करो एक बार वैसे यहीं से प्ले कर दो
हाँ मैं उसके पीछे कर दूँ ना सुन लेंगे सारे
If everyone just
थोड़ी सी बोलेंगे
retailers and wholesalers for? Wouldn't it be better if everyone just bought directly from the
थैंक यू मैम but you have to note down the words. Start? Yeah? Sure. Start.
What do we need retailers and wholesalers for? Wouldn't it be better if everyone just bought directly from the producers of a product? There are certainly benefits to be gained by doing just that. I'm not going to advocate that consumers stop buying directly from producers, as commonly happens at farmers' markets, for example. But while there are clearly some benefits to bypassing intermediaries, potentially avoiding price markups, for example, today I would like to run through the benefits of having intermediaries, such as retailers and wholesalers. Intermediaries can promote and advertise products, thereby allowing them to reach a wider range of consumers than they could if just sold by the producer. Retailers and wholesalers, through knowledge of the markets in which they operate, can also help to match quantities produced to the needs of those markets, and can therefore help to avoid surpluses in production. Intermediaries can negotiate prices and terms on behalf of consumers, which prevents the possible exploitation of consumers by producers. And they can also store, finance, and transport inventories of stock, which thereby takes the risk of theft, damage, and obsolescence away from the producer. Finally, while many people, as I said, believe that when consumers buy directly from producers, it allows them to avoid the price markups necessary for realizing the profit margins of retailers and wholesalers. In fact, because retailers and manufacturers pay for so many operations like storage and marketing, were producers to take on all the roles of these intermediaries, the costs of buying directly from them would actually be higher than buying via retailers and wholesalers.
10 seconds after the audio is played. Quickly have a review of your list if you can understand your own very handwriting. Is the mic? Is the mic on? I have this. You will try. You have been listening to them for like a day or two. कल आए से परसों आए से 14 आए से I'm sure. Okay. Give it to her. No, it's fine. Your name? Kulvinder. Sarah. Umang Kulvinder Umang. Your name, please? Yasmin. Yasmin would be doing the retail lecture. Everyone will pay attention. Yasmin, 1, 2, 3, start.
I heard a beautiful lecture about retailers' direct producers' benefits. It was also discussed with equal importance as just that consumers farmer market price makeup. I also heard something about benefits retailers intermediate range. The speaker was also talking something about the consumers retailers market. It was also concluded by mentioning the fact that production consumers exploitation finance and transportation. I also heard something about people consumers avoid retailers marketing and costs.
I didn't say stop. She wished to, so she stopped. It was good. Anyone else?
Anyone else who can do the same way, not fumbling anywhere? Please, your name. Wait, I'm having a good student to perform. Kuvinderji. I'll come to you. 1, 2, 3, start.
The gentleman clearly elaborated the lecture about retailer and wholesaler. It was first mentioned that about a product and consumer behavior. After that, he tells about the benefit of intermediaries such as retailer and wholesaler. Furthermore, he explained that they have a wide range of knowledge about market and that helps in the production. And in the end, he explained about the inventory and stock and profit margin if they buy directly from the wholesaler.
Last में you can't drop your pace up before stopping. And you will be and it is, I was focusing on pronunciation, so you know that you don't have a very strong one because we don't speak that often, so you really need to work on that. At least even if you can't, try to use during your read aloud, during your describe image, during your retell lecture, at least 3 to 4 words to at least computer ji ko batane ke liye that we can also speak like natives. Sakor, that was there. So it was furthermore, so it was obvious. So please don't let computer see your desicism, no? Don't let computer see. Even if you are a true desi, don't let computer see because otherwise it will cost you marks, right? And a bit more faster than this, Kulwinder, please. And work on your pronunciation. Try to speak at least 3, 4, 5 words in every paragraph so that at least you can get good marks in your pronunciation. Anyone else who would like to try, or we should move on? You want to try? Very quickly. 1, 2, 3, start. That's it. So it was good, but you fumbled at 2, 3 places. You have to word them. So the idea is to read those words only, but using some fillers. Fix your fillers so that you don't have to think even for a second while you are performing it in your exam. Fix your 4 to 5 fillers. I'm going to use these only. Firstly, secondly, lastly, whatever. I heard an interesting lecture. It was about this, 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 and this. In the middle of the lecture, the speaker talked about this, this, this. At the end or furthermore, fix your fillers. The idea is not to think while you are performing there. Okay? So always have your 4 to 5 fillers handy and split your content. I'll be using this filler up till, say this is a list of words. Fix your fillers. It was an interesting lecture. The lecture was about this, 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 this. In the middle, he talked about this, this, this. At the end, the speaker also highlighted this, this, this. Good to go, right? Fix your fillers today. Next, let's do short answers. Though we don't practice them much, but they are important or not? They are important or not? Why they are important? Because those students who end up getting 64 or 78, that 1 or 2 or 3 marks can be very important for them. So you can't underestimate the importance of any single question in your entire PTE test. Garima ma'am. Were we using it from the Facebook post itself? From the, don't you have this? Okay, there. So, all right, they go back. Thank you. Short questions. You will listen to the question, and what you will do. Tell me the book which has the meanings of the words. You don't have to do this in your exam. Wait for 3 seconds. Don't feel so excited. Yes, I know the answer and speak it immediately. No. Wait for 3 seconds and then say it. Otherwise, it won't be recorded. Very common mistake. I was just having one of the good students in the mock test yesterday and she did it. So it is always good to write those strategies, structures somewhere to keep them always in your mind that yes, I won't be making these minor silly mistakes, right? Otherwise, there is no point of coming here if you're not following what we are saying. Start. The first one.
What is the term used for see-through items such as clear glass?
No random answers. Yes, please. What is the term for see-through items such as glass? Did I say, are you, what's your name? What's your name? Adarsh. No worries. Adarsh, if you don't know the answer there, what you will do? You'll start crying? You'll say sorry to computer? Quickly press next. Either you know the answer or you don't know the answer. Quickly press next. Don't waste your time there. And the answer is transparent. Transparent is the term for the things which you can see through. If it's a glass, there's no glass here, fortunately. You can see through what's inside. If it's a Coke or it's a 7-Up or it's water, you can see that. So it's transparent. And the opposite term for transparent is opaque. OPAQUE, which you cannot see. Next question.
What is the term used for a professional who practices law?
That's why you don't get marks. That's why. 1, 2, 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, don't get excited. You said no, you perform very well, but you don't get marks. These are the silly mistakes. Doctor or a lawyer? Next one, very quickly. For Umang.
What do we call a place where airplanes land and take off?
Sure? Hospital? Actually, it should be runway. Airport is like a very massive, large one, you know. No worries. Next, last one.
What is the name given to a handheld device used to click a photograph?
So difficult, no? A camera or a camera. And if you don't know the answer, skip it and press next. Don't use your sixth sense there and waste good 1 to 2 minutes. Listening, select missing word. A word or a group of words would be missing at the. You have to focus more towards listening at the, but it doesn't mean that don't listen to the first part, because at times the last part is linked with the first. Like what if they ask you the effect and the cause was mentioned in the first 2 lines, the very first 2 lines. So it is very important to pay attention throughout, but the last part is important because you will get the idea about those last 2-3 words which you will be connecting to your answers. All good? Let's start.
Most students at some point of their high school education will be faced with a choice of studying history or geography. For my part, I firmly believe they should both be compulsory. Given this is often not realistic, how do we best guide students in their choice? The guiding tenet should be what the student is interested in. Students' natural leanings seem so often these days to be overlooked. For goodness sake, let them do what they want to do, not what they think will lead them to future economic success or what their parents think they should study. If they aren't sure, talk.
It was this much only. Everyone got the answer? Because 99% of you must be thinking, गलती से बंद हो गया बीच में. Isn't it? It was that much only. And the last three words were unsure. Nobody has got. Listen to the last part. You won't be lucky enough to get
Lead them
this
to
chance.
future economic success or what their parents think they should study. If they aren't sure, talk.
Unsure, talk to. Unsure, talk to. Okay, let's see the options. If you're unsure, talk to their teachers to help them with their goals. It was not mentioned about the teachers. If you're unsure, talk to their parents about their interest. Could be. Okay. Let's read number C. Talk to them about their strengths and interest. Either yes or no. Your middle situation always kills you, no, during the exam. Either it's right or wrong. And you are always like, number D. Talk to politely so you can convince them pursue their career. Absolutely not. Why? Because we are not going to force them to, we are not going to follow them, we are not going to pursue them to do something. That was the actual recording, was that we can't pressurize them. Let them tell what their interest or what their strengths are, and let them do what they want. Wasn't it? E. Talk to their peers of the same age group who are equally unsure. Of course not. So the answer is C. We will be directly talking to them what their interest or their strengths are, so that they can pursue
Most students at some point of their
so that they can pursue the right path, the right track, do whatever they wish to do. Right? Next one. Take the sheets. No worries. Pay attention. These are very easy and should be correct.
Now, you might think it's strange that in a lecture on biology,
It's too loud.
if I may digress a bit, now, you might think it's strange that in a lecture on biology, I'll be talking a lot about mathematics. If I may digress a bit, when I was a student, mathematics, the language of clear abstraction, had nothing to do with life sciences like biology, the sphere of messy organic forms, cutting up frogs in the lab and so on. In fact, I started doing biology precisely to avoid maths and physics. So I've had a lot of catching up to do. We are all aware of how the sciences have come to interrelate more and more, and not only will mathematics impinge more and more on biology, but also, I'm told, in the 21st century, the driving force behind mathematics
Done. Let's quickly look at the options because it was very easy, so we won't be spending more time on this. It will be dependent on biology, Who will tell me the last few words first? Driving force behind mathematics is, like, will be biology? No? Okay. Will be technology? No? He didn't talk about anything about technology. Will be scientific innovations? There was no mention of innovations, technology, nothing like that. Will be the scientist? Will be modern science? Why? What did she mention? You just heard the word science and you will tick that one, right? Who will give me the reason why E is correct? Very quickly. ये जो वेदर फॉरकास्ट वाले हैं ना एग्जाम में कि बारिश पड़ने वाली है नहीं पड़ने वाली संभावना है, you won't be assuming anything. It clearly said one way or the other. At the end, it clearly said that mathematics is dependent on biology. Biology is dependent on mathematics and vice versa. Didn't they say? And throughout the text, they were mentioning only two fields of two branches of science, biology and mathematics. Not science, only two fields, biology and mathematics. Where did you heard about modern science? In the middle, they said something about science, but they said they're unsure. They won't be using that. Did they mention anywhere that biology, apart from biology, that modern science is dependent on technology and technology is dependent on modern science? Did they mention anywhere? No. So answer is, thank you. Listening, highlight incorrect words. Anyone with any doubts? Yes? No? Assumptions wale? No? Thank you again. Listening, highlight incorrect words. Few of the words from the passage will be different to what the speaker will say. You will simply highlight those words and listen to it very carefully, because it is the easiest question in your listening, but is very important to get you 79 each. 1, 2, 3, start.
One of the things that makes your smartphone so smart is that if you pull it out in the sun, it senses that and dials up the screen brightness to compensate. But it's not a perfect solution.
First of all, it's still not bright enough. Remember how respectable the sunlight is.
Shin-Sun Wu, a physicist at the University of Central Florida. The other problem, he says, of the brightened screen is that it kills the battery. So Wu and colleagues have fabricated a battery-sparing alternative, an anti-reflective screen coating based on the eyes of moths.
Done? Let's quickly check it.
One of the things that makes your smartphone so smart is that
One of the aspects. The wrong word is aspect. So you would be always speaking the incorrect ones.
if you pull it out in the sun,
That if you pull it out in the sun, not put, pull.
it senses that and dials up the screen brightness to compensate.
To complete. Complete is the wrong word.
But it's not a perfect solution.
First of all, it's still not bright enough. Remember how respectable
Very good.
the sunlight is.
Shin-Sun Wu, a physicist at the University of Central Florida. The other problem, he says, of the brightened screen
Darkened.
is that it kills the battery.
Leaks.
So Wu and colleagues have fabricated a battery
Calibrated. He said fabricated.
sparing alternative, an anti-reflective screen coating based on the
Issue.
eyes of moths.
Blotting ears, horses. Blotting ears, horses. All good? In exam, you would be having like generally 4 to 5 mistakes, and they won't be like at such closer distance, but it is to make you practice. Very important question, telling you again. Sir always says that in your listening, you should focus on 5 questions. Listening summary, repeat sentence, read it. Who said read a lecture? You will definitely score 8 each soon. Blanks and highlight incorrect words. These 5 categories and you're good to score in your listening module. The very important questions are your listening summary and your write from dictation. You cannot afford to make even a single mistake in these 2 types. Then comes your repeat sentence. What else? Blanks. What else? Highlight incorrect words. And then the last category word. That is done. Good morning. And then your last category would be all those questions. MCQ single answers, then highlight the correct paragraphs, the summaries, highlight correct summary, and all those questions, all those bits which are left. In those questions or on those questions, you won't be spending more than 30 seconds at any cost. And sir is focusing that you should have at least 7 to 8 minutes handy before you start your write from dictation. And you can well imagine that how quickly you have to manage your time in other modules, right? Now we would be doing our reading. So here we are having one MCQ and 1, 2, 3, 8 minutes altogether for your reading. Do you guys want extra 2 minutes? Yes? You won't get. एग्जाम में कंप्यूटर को बोलोगे प्लीज 2 मिनट एक्स्ट्रा दे दो एग्जामिनर इन्विजिलेटर को बोलोगे प्लीज 2 मिनट एक्स्ट्रा दे दो will they won't, right? So यहाँ पे भी will be as strict as them. Okay, let's begin. Reading MCQ single answer. We did this question type yesterday, right? I want Ashma, tell me what will we read first, passage, question or options? The question first. The question here says, according to the passage, generally the authors of literary novels are. Generally means usually, normally, that means more than 50%. More than 50% of the writers, more than 50% of the authors of literary novels are. Which option match? Okay. Now, if the options are very long, what you do is you don't read the options, you directly read the passage. But if the options are short, quickly browse through the option, then read the passage, then come to answers and find the right answer. Right answer. Okay. So, have you all read the passage? Yes. Okay. Coming to option A, unlikely. So, literary novels are. Sorry, the authors of literary novels are unlikely ever to produce great work. That means doesn't it looks like they are not going to produce good work in future. Did the passage discuss about their capacity or inability to not produce great work? It didn't, right? So A is eliminable. B, authors of literary novels are trying to improve their chances of popular success. B is true, false or not given. Tell me. I know it's no, but why? False or not given? Not given, or is it false? Option says they are trying to improve their chances of popular success. That means they want to get popularity from whom? From masses, from people. That means they want people's appreciation. What does the passage say? One reason why most literary novels don't appeal to ordinary reader looking for a good story is that they aren't intended to. That means they don't want an ordinary reader to appreciate them. Moving on, just as nuclear physicists strive to impress other nuclear physicists, just like a physicist, they don't want to let people appreciate them, they want other physicists to appreciate them, right? And dog breeders value the admiration of fellow dog breeders. So teachers want the appreciation of other teachers, not students. That's what this passage means, right? What it says, I'll read it again. And dog breeders value the admiration of fellow dog breeders over that of unlimited masses. Over that means they don't want the appreciation of masses of people. Rather, we want the appreciation of our fellow teachers. We don't want students' appreciation. We don't want public's appreciation. We want teachers' appreciation. Option says that they want to get popularity. So isn't it false? Doesn't match with the passage. So B is eliminable. Moving on to C. Authors of literary novels are seeking the approval of like-minded readers. Looks like. D, not capable of depicting a realistic fictional world. That means authors of literary novels, they don't have the capacity, they don't have the ability to depict real fictional world. Tell me. False. Rather, they are saying that these literary novels, false or not given? Not given. They didn't discuss that these literary novelists, they don't write fiction, they don't write realistic fictional world. It's not discussed in the passage, right? So the clear answer is C, right? So it's a specific one, easy one. How many of you got it right? Raise your hands. What's in India? Nishant, what answer did you choose? A, unlikely ever, right? So guys, read the options, and whenever you read the options or the question, always translate quickly in your own language.
Because if you know the Hindi meaning, the Punjabi meaning, or the Bengali meaning, you will understand the option more. And also when you read the passage, translate it quickly into your own language so that you understand the passage more. The better understanding you will have, the better answer you will have, and the quicker answer you will have, right? Now moving on to reading blanks again. Better understanding, better answers, or more correct answers, right? Drag and drops. Now in this question you are given a passage, and then at the bottom you have cumulative options like these ones. You will have these cumulative options. So you have to see which option, which word will suit here, which word will suit here, right? So generally, I think you get around 3 or 4 blanks in one passage, right? Right? And the options are around six. So if you've got 5 blanks, options will be around 6. If I'm not forgetting anything, right? So you have to read first. What we do is we read the whole passage first with blanks, and then we come to each blank and solve it. Why do we need to read the passage first? Aman, why? पहले passage पढ़ना क्यों जरूरी है? Exactly. When we read the passage, we get an idea as to what the passage is discussing. Like when you read this passage, the whole passage is discussing the differences, right? Yes or no? Differences. So they're comparing. You got the idea, right? So that's the main thing. Once you get that, then you come to each blank and solve it according to the context, grammar, and collocation. Okay. So let's see. Stark differences. What's the meaning of stark? Clear differences, easily visible, clear differences, right? So stark differences in reading achievement dash between black and white elementary school children. So stark differences, tell me the answer. Apart from exist or exists, differences occur or differences are there. differences हैं या differences होते हैं it's there. You can easily see the difference. So we don't need the word occur, we need the word something which is exist. It's already there, right? Any other option? No. Okay, because now we need a verb. After the subject is there, stark differences in reading achievement, क्या होता है उसमें? Now we need a verb, right? So tell me, exist, we have got two options, exist or exists. Who say exists with S? Raise your hands. Guys, always remember this thing. Whenever in the sentence your subject is singular, verb has to be with S, right? So stark differences, clear, stark, good, bad, these are just adjectives. Your main subject is differences with S. So when the verb, yes. So when your subject is singular, verb will be with S. Like money change or changes? Change or changes? Money. Uncountable. Changes. What did I say? When it's singular, uncountable means it is treated as singular. So it is singular, right? So money changes people's perception, right? Girl wears a lot of makeup. Wears. Why? Because girl is singular, right? Vice versa, if your subject is plural, verb will be in the base form without any S. Okay, so here money we can't change. Money can't be monies. It's uncountable. Okay, but if I say girls, plural, girls wear or wears? Wear. Good, good girls. Study or studies? Study, verb in the base form, right? Bad companies, destroy or destroys? Destroy. So good, bad, arrogant, proud, stark, clear, all these are adjectives. The main word is differences, the subject. So with differences, will it be exist or exists? Exist without S. Okay. So stark differences in reading achievement exist. Preetham, why did you choose exists? Because of achievement? Yes? No, he chose exists earlier because of achievement. One more girl chose exists. What's your name? Harpreet, because of achievement? No, why exists? One more thing, it's a very common mistake we make. Whenever you have got a preposition like of, in, to, of, into, between, except, onto, into, these are prepositions, right? Before preposition, we always have a noun. After preposition, we always have a noun. Like, सारे गर्ल्स पे ही होंगे. Girls of Melbourne. Tell me, is or are? Why? Because of girls, right? So the trick, the rule is to know the verb here, whether it will be is or are. You see the word before the preposition, the first one. You don't focus on the second one. Melbourne is singular. Melbourne is only one. Have you got two Melbournes? No, it's only one, right? Because girls are plural, therefore the answer will be are. Similarly, students in the class, tell me, is or are? Why? Students. इनसे पहले the main noun is students, therefore it will be are. Okay. Similarly, talking to students, tell me, is or are? Talking to students, is or are? पहले मैंने I heard a lot of R's, then you all of a sudden changed it to is. ऐसा क्यों? एकदम हृदय परिवर्तन कैसे हो गया? है प्रीतम? क्यों? Talking. Whenever a sentence starts with ing, it is considered singular. Singular. Spelling गलत हो गई. Right? So talking to students, this is the preposition. Will you see students or talking? Talking. So it is singular, therefore the answer will be is. Right? Listening to the teacher, is or are? Is. Why? Because listening. Teacher ko maro goli. You focus on ing. Okay? Walking on the roads, is are? Is, because of walking. Roads ko maro goli. You have to see the first word before preposition. Okay? So here, stark differences in reading achievement. Will you see achievement or differences? Difference, therefore answer is exist. Again the same rule. Singular with, without s, verb without, humble. Uncountable. Always. Whenever your subject is singular, uncountable is considered as singular. Uncountable. Significance. Can you count significance? One significance, two, no, right? So significance, depend or depends. Exactly. See, the rule is whenever the word is uncountable, which you can't count. Water, can you count water? Can you count significance? Can you count importance? Can you count knowledge? You can't count, right? So the uncountable nouns, they are considered singular, the uncountable ones. Okay, so importance, vary or varies? Varies. Verb will be with S. Okay, uncountable. Can you count money? I mean, we can $10 to $20, but it is uncountable. it is treated uncountable in English, right? Similarly, knowledge. Knowledge, expand or expands? Expands. Verb with S. Significance. Can you count significance? Significance of Pritam is 2. You can't, right? So significance, depend or depends? Depends. So when the verb is uncountable, it is considered as singular. So verb will be with S. Simple. Okay. And when it's countable or uncountable, like students, color, sheet, right? Or tissue box, all these are countables. So if it's box, it will be is. Box, help or helps? Helps. Tissue boxes, allow or allows? Allow, right? Microphone, enhance or enhances? Microphones, enhance or enhances? Enhance. Simple. With countable, uncountable. Okay, now moving on to B. So A said that there's a clear difference in reading achievement between black and white elementary school children, comma, as dash a gender gap in reading outcomes. Tell me. As, okay, now tell me, do we need a noun or a verb? Noun, what's a noun? What's a verb? Verb is any activity word. Eat, drink, go, come, write. Any activity which shows an activity, that's a verb. Okay, what's a noun? Anything that you can see with your eyes is noun. Anything. So this sheet, mobile phone, all of you are nouns. Students, I am a noun. Teacher, you can see me, right? Whiteboard, and board is a noun. Okay, anything that you can see. Person standing there, he's a noun. TV, noun. Everything that you can see is a noun, right? So एक और rule है noun का. Sometimes there are things which we can't see but still they are noun. Like happiness. Can you see happiness? Can you see mind? क्या हुआ? माइंड तो फिर भी देख सकते हो, देख सकते हो, हैं? माइंड पक्का स्कैन करके ना अभी बैठे बैठे देख सकते हो. कैन आई से यास्मीन्स माइंड? I can't, right? Similarly, words like population, you can see population. Words like success, thank you. Words like success, can you see success? With your eyes. With your eyes. क्या पता प्रीतम मंदिर के अंदर बहुत ही अच्छा हार्डवर्क कर रहा हूँ, यहाँ पे आके मैं तो कुछ मैंने घर पे जाके कुछ पढ़ा नहीं है, टाइम ही नहीं मिला. अंदर ही इज वर्किंग हार्ड. कैन यू सी दैट? You can't, right? So some words which are not visible with eyes, even they are nouns. So how will we determine that? कैसे पता लगाएंगे? How will we determine that those words are noun? There's a very simple formula which sir suggests. What you do is, to know whether a word is a noun or not, you put my, your, our. Okay, so let's take a word. Happiness. My happiness, your happiness, our happiness. How does it sound? Have you heard this? My happiness, your happiness? Yes, so happiness is a noun. Success. My success, your success, our success. Success is a noun. Similarly, Thank you. Freedom. My freedom, your freedom, our freedom. Can you see them? Can you? Does it sound good? Kushot, does it sound good? So freedom is a noun, right? Similarly, my strong, your strong, our strong. Doesn't sound so. Strong is not a noun. Okay. Similarly, my good, your good, our good. Doesn't sound good. Individually, both my, your, our good doesn't sound good. So good is not a noun. So that's the difference between a noun and a verb. Verb in any activity verb. Okay. And mostly those words with which ing goes, those are all verbs. Like making. So make is a verb. Becoming. Weakness is noun. My weakness, your weakness, our weakness. Weakness is a noun. Have you heard weaknessing? It's not a verb. Okay. Similarly, doing. Yes, ing sounds good. Do is a verb. Following sounds good. Following, you have heard following. So follow is a verb. Verb. जिन words के साथ, those words with which ing sounds good, those are verbs. Those, हाँ जी, हाँ आज ही. Nouns, anything that you can see with eyes, and second rule is this rule, my, your, our. If it sounds good with these ones, it's a noun. Clear हो गया? चलो आगे चलते हैं. हाँ जी, what is B? As dash a gender gap. What do we need? Verb. Occurs a verb, is a verb. As occurs a gender gap. Gender gap occurs. Doesn't. Tell me, aspects, noun, child, noun, occur, verb, as occur a gender gap. Doesn't sound good, right? When, now, children's, noun, disparities, noun, does, verb, exist, verb, but we have already used it. Children, noun, factors, noun, children, again, noun, but doesn't suit. Exists, as exists a gender gap. Doesn't sound good. In a gender, no, in doesn't suit. What's the answer? Why? As does he, so does he. As beautiful as him, as beautiful as her, right? So when we say as something, as with an auxiliary verb or so with an auxiliary verb, it means in a similar way or in the same way. Okay. So if I say Khushjot lives in Khushjot, where do you live? Craigieburn. Anyone who lives in Craigieburn? Abhishek, right? So Khushjot lives in the same suburb. Now Khushjot lives in Craigieburn. Craigieburn se aate. Khushjot lives in Craigieburn, so does Abhishek, or as does Abhishek. That means वो भी वहीं रहता है. Okay. Pritam is married or single? तो फिर girlfriend डाल देते हैं. Okay. So Pritam has a girlfriend, and I forgot your name. Amrit. Amrit also has a girlfriend. Okay. Now the point is, there's a twist. Both are in a relationship with the same girl. Okay. With the same girl. So Amrit has a girlfriend. So does Pritam. अमृत प्रीतम मुझे सिमिलर से नाम लगते हैं. अमृत और प्रीतम. अमृता कौन? अमृत प्रीतम. प्रीतम अमृता प्रीतम कौन सा राइटर है? लेडी है. हाँ, अमृता प्रीतम. यस यस, राइटर. Yes. I was going to movie stars. No. Amrita Pritam, yes. She won an award also, right? Amrita Pritam. Yeah, very popular name. So as, so does or as does means in the similar way, in a similar way, in the same way. Similar ही है, दोनों के पास same ही चीज है, right? So therefore, here it means there's a difference between black and white elementary school reading achievement and also The same difference exists in girls and boys in those elementary schools. That means, so be it black or white or girls or boys, there's a stark difference. So as does the gender gap, or so does the gender gap. Or here agar does se pehle, if before does the word has been so, even then does would have been correct, right? So does, as does means in the similar way, or in the same way, or in the same manner, right? Moving on. See, because of both dash, because of both is referring both girls, both houses, both ways, both techniques. So we need a noun. Okay. Now tell me, both is referring to what? Because of both dash in achievement. What aspect? Tell me. Which aspect are you talking about? Why disparities? Does aspects sound more in sync with the passage, or disparities sound more good with the passage? Why? What's the meaning of disparity? Means a big difference. Disparity means a huge difference, a big difference. Okay. So there's a disparity between rich and poor people. That means there's a huge difference between rich and poor people. So here they are showing because of both means disparities among white and black people, and disparities among girls and boys, both. So because of both disparities, right? Because of both disparities in achievement. Moving on to D, between African American dash storytelling skills, between whose children's? Which one? The first one or the second one? What are the first one? First one. Very good. Okay, tell me, when do we use apostrophe S? We use apostrophe S always before a we use apostrophe S always before a noun. Like car. Car is something which is countable. Before that, either I need to put I need to put a car, the car, his car, my car, their car, or if I want to say Preetam car, can I say Preetam car? It has to be Preetam's car. Apostrophe S. Apostrophe S shows the relation, shows the belongingness, it shows the possession of one thing, to whom it belongs. Okay. This marker, it belongs to whom? Teacher or students? Teacher. So a teacher's marker, not teacher marker, doesn't show any relationship. A teacher's marker. Okay. This chair belongs to whom? Teacher. Which teacher? It's a big chair. It belongs to Imdad sir, right? So Imdad sir chair, Imdad sir's chair. Sir's chair. Apostrophe S. Right? So apostrophe S is always used to show relationship between two nouns. This one thing belongs to the other. One thing belongs to the other. Okay. So if I say, let's say, naam bhul gayi. I forgot. Pooja, yes. Pooja, do you have a sister? Brother? So let's say, is he here? Chalo maan lete hain. Okay. So let's say yesterday I met her brother in Coles. Okay. And today I'm talking to Pooja. So I'll say, Pooja, yesterday I met your brother. Okay. Now let's say I'm talking to Amrit. Okay. So I'll say, Amrit, you know what? Yesterday I met Pooja's brother, showing the relationship. Kiska brother? Kiska bhai? Pooja's. So apostrophe S. S. If I say, yesterday I met Pooja brother, many desis don't put apostrophe. They say, yesterday I met Pooja brother. Pooja is not adjective. It's a noun. So yesterday I met Pooja's brother. Apostrophe. Right? So similarly here, now children's apostrophe is for sure, but before is or after is? Many of you get confused, guys. Very simple, make it clear. Like I said, Pooja's brother. Pooja is one or two? one. Pooja's brother, right? Similarly, I took a student's suggestion. Okay, let's say I took only Kush Joe's suggestion about special material. Okay, so I took whose suggestion? A student's suggestion. Right? So I took just one student's suggestion. Now, if I asked each one of you, now it's all of you, not one but all of you. So I'll say I took student's suggestion. Right? So when it's singular, apostrophe will be before s. When it's plural, apostrophe will be after s. Clear? We don't write students in this manner, like this. No, it will be wrong. Just put apostrophe after s, which means it's plural. Right? Similarly, if I say employees car, how many employees car? One. Okay. Similarly, employees car, how many employees? More than one, maybe two, maybe 10, maybe 100. Okay. Now these are all countables. Employees, students, these are countable. Now there are some words, I mean, of course these are countable. Like when we say man, singular, plural, plural, one man. Okay. When we say many men, it is men, plural. Okay. Similarly, women, one or two, one. Women, plural, more than one. So here, if I'll say man, what man? Man's nature. So will I put apostrophe after s? Yes or no? Any a man's nature, let's say, okay, any a man's nature is flexible, okay, or is changeable. Okay, so a man's apostrophe, all good. Now here, this is the plural one. There's no s when we say men, right? So here, if I will put apostrophe s after it, it means more than one man. In plural words, where no s is given, s is comes in the same manner like a singular one. Similarly, women, women's clothing, right or not? Women's clothing. How many women? One. Oh, it should be a woman's clothing. Okay. Now, all the women in the class, some might be girls. Okay. Kujot, girl or woman? What's your age? Married or single? Women you are na fir to. Okay. You wish you can think. Girl, it's good to have positive thoughts, right? So women is already plural. Okay. So isko hum iski tarah hi what we'll do? We'll put apostrophe after it. Okay. We'll put apostrophe just like the singular one. Okay. But where we show plurality of a word with s, usme kya hoga? Apostrophe will come after s. Similarly, child is singular, plural. Singular, so it will be child's trophy or toy, whatever. Okay. Plural. Children, apostrophe before or after s? Before s, because children is already means more than one. Many of you say children's like this. I've heard. Sometimes unknowingly you say children's. एक्स्ट्रा एस लगाने से दो बच्चे और नहीं हो जाएंगे, ठीक है, 100 के 200 नहीं बन जाएंगे, right? So this is grammatically wrong. Children already mean more than one. Clear? Okay. So here, where were we? Yeah. So indeed, the answer will be children's. The first one or the second one? I forgot your name. हाँ जी, नाम भी बता दो अपना. हरप्रीत, सारी मेरी जो मेहनत थी मिट्टी में मिलाने में 1 सेकंड लगाया, है ना. चिल्ड्रन प्लूरल है ऑलरेडी, ठीक है, तो वो सिंगुलर की तरह ही हम एपोस्ट्रोफी एस लगाएंगे. तो कौन सा, पहले वाला दूसरे वाला? पक्का? श्योर. अच्छा, वो गलती से पहले वाला बोल दे. एक्सक्यूज मारने में तो हमारे स्टूडेंट सबसे नंबर 1 है. So it will be children's, the second one, which is apostrophe before S. This will be the answer. Okay. Any doubts at the end? No. What's your name, dear? Huh? Deepika. Deepika from India, Pakistan, India. Okay. Deepika, मुझे बताओ. A student's phone, singular, plural, singular. If I say company's cars with apostrophe, company's cars with apostrophe, cars, where apostrophe is after S, plural, company's cars, all good. Everyone move to number 2. A meteor stream is dash of dust particles. Tell me. Is made of. So is this sentence passive or active? Huh? Active means I eat chewing gum. Can I eat chewing gum? I'm a human being, can I eat chewing gum? Yes. Okay. Now here, who was the focus? I. Subject was I. Focus is spotlight किस पे थी? I पे. Okay. Now, I don't want to start the sentence with I want to start the sentence with chewing gum. Can I say chewing gum eats me? No. Chewing gum is eaten by me. Focus on chewing gum. Chewing gum is eaten by me. Okay. So I become the second party. The main party, the main hero is chewing gum. So when the main hero is someone who cannot do the activity, it is passive. So it will be some auxiliary verb with verbs third form. Like I write an essay. I write an essay. Manjot, right or wrong? Right. Okay. Essay writes me. Pratibha, right? No. Change it, correct it. So your name is Sabina. Yes, Sabina, correct the sentence. I write an essay. Now I want to focus on essay. Essay should be the first word. Essay is written by me. Okay, so passive. Essay after the auxiliary verb is are depending, and then verbs third form. Shah Rukh Khan is new as a superstar, or Shah Rukh Khan is known as a superstar? Known. That means verbs third form will come, not the second form. Okay. So here a meteor stream is dash of dust particles is made of. Okay, guys, dust particles, that means one thing or a lot of things? Lot of things. Made is when it is made of just one thing, like this fabric is made of silk, one thing. Okay. This tissue paper is made of paper, one thing. Okay, so made is used when it's just made of one thing. Composed is used when it is made of a lot of things. Okay, like a coffee is made of, or is coffee is made with coffee beans, one, right? Like I mean coffee, one, right? But when it is made of a lot of things, that means a lot of elements are involved, then we'll say composed. I'll give an example. Milk is made. or maybe a coffee is composed of a many ingredients. Coffee is composed of many ingredients like milk, sugar, and coffee. Okay, that means a lot of elements are involved. So here it says a meteor stream is dash of dust particles. So one particle or a lot of particles. So the best word will be composed. Composed means many elements are involved. Khrushchev composed her speech with many Khrushchev composed her speech from many different sources. So, composed her speech with many different sources, right? So it means a lot of things are involved. Moving on, next one. B, these particles follow the same dash as the parent comet. Follow the same. कोई और ऑप्शन है? Method. So comet follow a method. Comet follow a way, a path, and for that the best word is orbit. Orbit, you know, any planet has a orbit around it. बोलते हैं ना orbit. How many orbits does Jupiter has? Sure. What about Saturn? I think Jupiter has the highest orbit, the biggest orbit. रहने दो. It orbits. Orbits is like moving way, right? Yeah, those are rings. You're right. Those are rings. My bad. Those are rings. How many does Jupiter have? Either of them has the highest rings. Yeah, it's the largest one, but एक की ज़्यादा rings है. Maybe Saturn. 3 moons. Now, एक की rings. Anyway, move on. We are not concerned about science. Okay, let's move to English. So these particles follow the same orbit because that sounds more better for this passage. Moving on. But due to their differing velocities, they slowly gain on or fall behind the disintegrating comet, dash a shroud of dust surrounds the entire cometary orbit. Tell me, see, why until? Why not because? Because means a reason. I got late because I woke up late. I'm drinking coffee because I'm feeling tired or I'm feeling exhausted. Right? So because is a reason and until means I will not eat dinner until 8 o'clock. That means after 8 I can eat, but before 8 I won't eat. Until is telling you until this time something is going to happen or something is not going to happen. So these velocities, sometimes they're faster or sometimes they're slower in speed. Yes, everyone. In the class. So sometimes these comets, sometimes they're very fast, sometimes they're very slow until the whole cometary orbit is completely intact. Okay. So जब तक like these leaves are going like this, right? Can you see the leaves, right? So sometimes they're faster, sometimes they're slower. But when all of this is made, after that they will sit down, they will settle down. Okay, so here what they're saying that sometimes they might be fast, they might be slow, but when the whole this comet or the whole orbit is formed, until that time they might be moving at a slower or lower speed, slower or a higher speed, right? So until that time, जब तक वो पूरा complete नहीं हो जाता, उससे पहले तक उनकी speed change होती रहती है. Right? So here that's not the reason, rather they're telling the time. Until this period, this is what happens. Okay. So C will be until. Moving on, किंजल कहाँ पे हो? बॉयफ्रेंड तो नहीं मिल गया पक्का? Are you sure? लड़का जो देखा वो गलती से पसंद तो नहीं आ गया? गलती से भी नहीं. You're lost. किसके बारे में सोच रहे हो? कॉफी के बारे में? नहीं. चलो D. What it says, Astronomers have hypothesized that a meteor stream should broaden with time as its dust particles' individual orbits are dashed by planetary gravitational fields. Are dashed by, now, are caused by, are formed with, are. So after are, dash, and you have by, it means it is again. Good afternoon, sir. So what does that mean? After that, when you have got R and a blank and then by, it means it is again passive. It is again passive. Okay, like these laptops are made by who? Apple, right? These tissue boxes are made by Woolworths or Coles. इसका भी brand है. So R, so it's passive one. They are done by. Okay. So tell me what will come. Are benefited by. Can benefited come? It's always benefit from. We never say benefit by. Benefit from. Like Harpreet is coming to these classes. Is coming to the center. So she is receiving a benefit from us. What is that benefit? She is learning. Right? So Harpreet is receiving benefit from Ahmedabad's Beaten Isles. We all receive benefits. On Christmas, we get gifts, right? So we receive various perks or benefits from our companies on Christmas. So it's always benefit from, never benefit by. Okay. Moving on, next one. Until is already done. Made are made by. Orbits are made by planetary gravitational fields. Sure. इतनी साइंस हमें आती नहीं है. Okay? So don't go for that. Afraid doesn't suit. Are afraid by. Are shuttled by. No. We need a verb. Are perturbed by. Perturbed means disturb. Disturb. किसी चीज को upset करना. Right? He's very perturbed means he's very upset, very unsettled, very disturbed. Are composed by. No, already composed or already done. Orbit is done. Are because no. Our method no. Best answer is are perturbed by gravitational force. Passive form. Okay. So A is composed, B orbit, C until D is perturbed. Who got it right? Who got the second one correct? All four. All four. Deepika. Deepika, all four correct. Wow. Your name? Samta. Yes, Samta. Okay. One wrong वाले कौन है? काफी सारे हैं. नहीं माना जाएगा. Not valid. Number 10. Whenever the earth passes through a meteor stream, a meteor shower dash, a meteor shower fails. How do you know it fails? Sorry, false. False. A shower falls. Your shower falls. Your head shower falls. A meteor shower occurs. It happen. Hota hai. Yes. A meteor shower shows. No, doesn't make it. A meteor shower demonstrates. What does it demonstrate? What does it explain? Doesn't show. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. So the best answer is a meteor shower occurs. Hota hai. Next one. Moving at a little speed. Okay, move to B. What is B? Tell me. Is it existed? Exited. Exited. Why exited? Why not some other option? Because of entered. What it says, the sentence says, 2 brief periods of peak meteor activity during the shower would be observed. So there are 2 peak periods. One as the earth entered. That's the first period, and the second period will be as it exited. As it exists or as it exited. So these are the 2 periods. When it enters, when it exists. Right? Easy one. B is exited. C. There is no reason why the earth should always pass through the stream's exact center. Dash, the time interval between the 2 bursts of activity would vary from 1 year to the next. So the time period will vary. Tell me. Ultimately means as a result. Eventually, finally, as a result, it will happen. Okay. So if you want to work hard, ultimately, finally, at the end, you're going to there's a word, वो word नहीं ध्यान आ, you're going to suffer. Ultimately, you are going to suffer. That's the final result. Final से थोड़ा सा step पहले आओ. Give me the answer. Because means again reason. Because is again reason. As I said, I'm drinking coffee because I'm feeling tired. Reason. So the sentence is there is no reason why Earth should always pass through the center's exact center. So it's not necessary. It's not necessary.
Can you all close your eyes? Close your noses too, okay? Good coming, good one. I said close your eyes. Don't forget the eye.
फिर भी ऐसे साइड साइड से देख रही हूँ मैं ना. Okay. Guys, वहाँ पे मत देखना. Abhilash, everyone. Okay. So, what the sentence is कि Earth जरूर नहीं है वो same ही center से pass करे. So, if it will not pass from the same center, तो क्या होगा? So, what will happen? The interval can differ क्योंकि वो same से pass नहीं हो रही है. Okay. Earth is sometimes passing from that side, sometimes from this side. So, interval won't be the same. So, क्या है? Is this the outcome or is this the reason? Is this the outcome or the reason? It's the outcome. So is again used for outcome. So and ultimately is like the ultimate outcome. So is also used for outcome. Okay. Like I woke up late, so I will reach office late. So that means because I woke up late, so therefore I will be reaching late. Outcome hai. Okay. Pooja worked hard, so she got the scores. So she passed the PT test. So means the outcome because she worked hard, therefore she got the scores. Again outcome, right? Because के बाद क्या आता है? Reason आता है. So now the same sentence will be Pooja got her scores because she worked hard. After because you give the reason, after so you give the outcome, the result, the consequence. Okay. So here the difference will vary. The difference will vary. Why? Because Earth is not passing because of the Earth is not passing the same center, right? So after so what is given? Outcome. So answer has to be so. Okay. Before that we don't usually put comma. Before that we never write comma. We write comma before which, but not before that. And here before the blank comma is given. So we won't put that as an answer. Right? So the best answer is so. Moving on to number D, you will tell me the answer. Who will tell me the answer? I want answer from what's your name, dear? Amrit, tell me what did you write in D? The time intervals between the bursts dash the actual. With S or without S? Why? Because of bursts or because of intervals? क्या डिस्कस किया ये हमने? क्या था ये? स्टूडेंट्स इन द क्लास किसको देखोगे? एक सेकंड दीपिका, किसको देखोगे? फर्स्ट को. इनसे पहले वाला वर्ड देखोगे, नॉट इनके बाद वाला. सो इंटरवल्स, राइट? यस दीपिका. Without S. You because of intervals, exactly, because of intervals. Like if I say all phones in the class, all phones in the class is or are? Are. So you won't focus on the word after in, you focus on word before in. All phones, that means are. Okay. The bottle in all the fridges, or the girl, the states in all the countries. The states in all the countries. Tell me, is or are? Because of states or because of countries? States, the first word. Similarly here, intervals, because of intervals, the word will be suggest. SUGGEST. Simple. Simple rule. Okay. So A occurs, B exited, C so, D suggest. Now tell me who got it right? No, no, not one wrong. All four correct. Good. I forgot your name. Soumya, yes. And you also got it right? Good. Okay, guys. Now tell me, who hasn't signed their attendance sheet as yet? कहाँ है attendance sheet? किसके पास है? कौन लेके बैठा है? अभिलाष. हरप्रीत अब तक sign नहीं करी. Guys, quickly sign and pass. Who hasn't signed it? Yes, girls and guys. Pass it here. यहाँ पे. Harpreet के बाद it will go to Ashma. Ashma, you haven't signed it, right? So your name is Simar. Simar के पास जाएगी फिर. Okay, guys. Now doing reading summary. After that, I'll give you some special reading summaries. Anyone who's doing reading summary for the first time? तंसीर पहले नहीं करी. पक्का? क्या करते हैं हम इसमें? बताओ फिर. So guys, in reading summary, everyone listen to me. Reading summary is a crucial question, girls and guys. Your name is Pooja as well, right? Pooja and Pooja. Everyone listen to me. Reading summary is a question which contributes marks in writing and reading both. It's a crucial question for your which scores? For your writing scores. It has got more marks in writing than essays. अब सबने ध्यान से सुनना start किया, right? अच्छा, ऐसे से ज़्यादा है, ऐसे ज़्यादा बड़ा होता है तो छोटा सा है. Yes, reading summary has got more scores in writing than essays. इसलिए pay more attention to this one. Okay, so you will get a paragraph. What you will do is you read the passage and you find the main idea. Okay. When you will read the whole passage, you will find the main idea. The main idea is discussing the difference between herbivores and carnivores. The whole passage is discussing how happiness can enhance or improves one life. Okay, or how depression affects teenagers. You will get the main idea. Find that main idea. Okay, after that, what you do is, what is the main requirement of this question? You have to summarize this passage in one sentence. Okay, in one sentence. So pick any two sentences which according to you is telling the main idea. Okay, so if Preetham thinks that the beginning and the middle sentence tells the main idea, his sentence will be correct. Okay, so Preetham, right? And Amrit thinks that the middle and the last one are telling the main idea. He'll pick those two sentences. Why you need to pick sentences from the passage only? Why? Because the passage has perfect grammar, good vocabulary. There will be no spelling errors in the passage. आपका पता नहीं मुझे. Okay, but there will be no spelling errors in the passage. And fourth, it's easy to pick a sentence and write rather than understand and write a sentence on your own. ठीक है. अब अगर अमृत को पूरा पैसेज पढ़ के एक सेंटेंस में इसको समराइज करना हो, सोचो वो भी 10 minutes में. The point is you have to do it in 10 minutes. Okay, so it might be right, it might be wrong. I'm not saying he will be wrong, it might be right, might be wrong, and it will take a lot of time. So what we do is we pick sentences from the passage itself, we write them, we type them. Don't be so lazy. Ma'am, control C control V कर लेते हैं ना? You can't. Okay, फिर से अपने हाथ चलाओ. You type the sentence and make sure write the, because when you type, I don't know, ऊपर से नीचे कोई कभी एस उठ जाता है, कभी ओ कहीं और चला जाता है. I don't know. So type the passage as it is, because if there is any spelling mistake, you will be suffering. Then you will say, "मैम, मेरे writing में score नहीं आ रहे." Why? You might be making some silly spelling mistakes. Okay, so copy it as it is. Now, when you pick sentences, pick a full sentence. Don't pick half part of one sentence, half part of another sentence and combine them. No, you pick the whole sentence. First thing. Second, you pick sentence which is not dependent. If a sentence is starting with also, can you pick that sentence as the first sentence? You can't, right? If your first sentence is, many economies are facing many economies are facing crisis. Thank you. Many economies are facing crisis. Okay. And the second sentence is, on the other hand, they are on the other hand, water improves your metabolism. Tell me, can you choose these two sentences? On the other hand has no connection with the first sentence at all. So when you pick sentence, make sure when you read them together, they should sound good. They should make some sense. Clear? And whenever a sentence starts with pronouns like it, they, those, these, his, she, you define those pronouns. It will depend on the passage. You define those pronouns. Okay, like if the second sentence says, your first sentence is, many psychologists have found that higher positions at work leads to lower level of stress. Many psychologists have found that higher positions at work result in lower stress or result in low stress. Okay. And your second sentence starts with, she also reported. Tell me, is this right or wrong? Yasmin. You're not focusing. Guys, pay attention. Tell me, it's right? How? Do you know who is she? First sentence में क्या था? Psychologists have found that higher positions at work lead to low stress or lead to no stress. Second sentence says, she also reported. Tell me, do I know who is she? Does Kinjal know who is she? So she has to be defined. So if there is any undefined pronoun, you need to define it. Okay. So in the passage, they must be having the name of the girl. If she is written, they must be having the name. So you change she with the name of that person, like Dr. Kate or Kate and her team, like this. You define that pronoun. Clear? Okay. But let's say your first sentence starts with when it comes to. Will you define it in when it comes to? Will you? It is a pronoun. Will you define it in when it comes to? बताओ आपका नाम सादी बताओ it को define करोगे when it comes to में? You won't, because when it comes to is a phrase, is a fixed phrase. It always comes like this. There's no undefined pronoun. Okay? So concept defined he, she, they. But if she is already defined in the previous sentence, तब define करोगे? Suppose Dr. Kate and her team, or Dr. Smith later, Dr. Smith and his team found that drugs have benefits. Dr. Smith and his team found that drugs have benefits. Full stop. They also reported. Now tell me, will you define they in the second sentence? You won't. Ashma, they means define कर दिया ना हमने पहले वाले में, Dr. Smith and his team. So Dr. Smith और उसकी जितनी भी team है, so in the second sentence it will be they. आपको second sentence you don't need to define it because it's already defined in the first sentence. पता है they किसको refer कर रहा है, right? But पहले वाले example में इसमें she था, उसमें हमने in the first sentence we did mention कौन है she. So in that case you will define she. समझ में आया? Defined है, given है, पता चल रहा है कौन है they, she, it, you won't define. But नहीं पता चल रहा है then you will define it. Clear हुआ? So first thing was pick whole sentence. Second, define any undefined pronoun. Okay. Third, when you pick two sentences, they should sound good. ये भी. Okay. हाँ बताओ. Depending. If and but sentence will depend. If and but is defined in the previous verse, then you will choose it. Okay. So have you given in the special one? Special में दिया है. It's a different passage. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you have to choose which one to choose, right? In that case, you need to see. Now, moving on. You have picked two sentences. Now you need to make it into one sentence. क्या करेंगे? Exactly. Between two sentences, there will be a full stop. What you do is, instead of that full stop, you write comma and. You remove the full stop and you write comma and. If the two sentences are similar. If two sentences are contrasting, what will you write? Comma but. कभी but नहीं बोलोगे, comma but. Okay, you won't forget comma because it's a clause. It's a clause. You need to combine two clauses with a comma, right? Now suppose when two sentences similar means telling the same idea, positive, positive. Mobile phones has got many benefits. Full stop. The number one benefit is that it connects people from different nationalities. So you will combine these two sentences with comma and. Second sentence says mobile phones have got many benefits. Full stop. Second sentence says it has got some drawbacks also. You will combine these two sentences with comma but. Okay. Now suppose Harpreet got a passage which is very difficult to understand. Okay, she knows मुझे combine तो करना, I have to combine two sentences, but she's not sure whether it's and or but. Harpreet, don't think about anything else. You combine those two sentences with comma and. Okay, so whenever you're confused, you go with comma and. It will never be wrong. Clear? Comma and. Right? After this, so if you're someone who need 6 or even 7 or even 8, you follow these steps, you will get 8. If you want to ensure higher scores, मुझे 9 तो आज लेके जाने हैं, क्या पता 10 भी हो किसी के लिए, किंजल 10 तो नहीं है ना, मुझे 9 तो लेके ही जाने. In that case, what do? You go for a synonym change. Synonym change means pick any word. You know, I know a similar word like this which has the same meaning. Like in this one, divided can be segregated. Yeah, divided can be segregated. Thank you. Who said this? Divided can be segregated. I know a different word which has the same meaning. Okay. Similarly, categories can be kinds. Yes, categories can be kinds, can be types. Right? So go for easy words, not for difficult ones. Will you try to change cellular organisms? पता ही नहीं है. Or will you try to change the distinction between, let's say, okay, you know the difference, you know a different word. Okay, let's say Khushro does not know any other word for distinction. She will not change it. She will not change it. Or maybe I don't know why I'm remembering Pratibha. I don't know. Her name is Sabina. Yes, Sabina. Now Sabina knows that divided can be separated, but she's not 100% sure. She's not 100% sure. She will not change that word. Okay? So if you're not 100% sure, you don't go for that change. Okay? Because let's say I made divided into differentiated. Suppose I changed divided to differentiated. I have changed the meaning of the sentence, the whole sentence. I will lose scores. जो 7 or 8 आने थे मेरे from this listening summary, वो भी नहीं आने वाले थे. Yes, that's true. Okay, so go for easy changes, not difficult ones. So that's the change that you can make. How many synonyms? Maximum 2. से ज़्यादा मत करना. Maximum 2. Okay, because we know if we will say more than 2, आप क्या करोगे? You will show your creativity. I will change as many words as I want, and because of that, क्या होगा? The chances of making mistakes will be higher. Okay, so go for easy one. दूसरा, second change you can make is swap change. Easy है. If it's written, let's say eukaryotic and prokaryotic in this one, you change it to prokaryotic and eukaryotic. Just change just change the place. Okay. If it's written Harpreet and what's your name? Asma. If it's written Harpreet and Asma, I'll change it to Asma and Harpreet. Just swap. So if examples are given, it's mostly used for examples. You change the places. It's a change for the computer. So if it's written mobile phones, laptops, smartphones, you write smartphones, mobile phones, laptops. Just change the place. That's the second change that you can make. So these are the changes that you can make in this one. And at the end, what you do? Revise. Proofreading is always beneficial. Revise and then you move to the next question. Okay? Any doubts? No. Everyone read the passage, find the main idea, pick any 2 sentences, and if you think I can make a change, then make the change. And I'm giving you 6 minutes to do it. In the exam, how many minutes will you have to solve a question? 10 minutes per question. How many questions will come? 2 to 3. Okay, and time will not be carried forward. So if Manjot thinks pehle wale mein I'll complete the first summary in 5 minutes, not 10 minutes. So in the second question, she is not going to get 15 minutes. It will be 10 minutes fixed. Okay, and the word limit to write is 5 to 75 words. Maximum is 75. It should be less than 75. Yeah, do it. 2 o'clock. Time up. Chalo, baat karo. Yeah, if it makes sense. If it makes sense. Yes, guys. Yeah, you read you pick any 2 full sentences which you think that's the main idea. Right, guys. Everyone pick your own sentence, and then we will discuss. Is that the right one or is that a wrong one? Wrong in the sense, I mean, there's nothing wrong, but is it like a better one or a not better one? Abhi tak, who hasn't signed it yet? Yes, guys, who hasn't signed the attendance sheet? Anyone? All good. Please. Do the reading summary. Have you read the passage? Yes or no? If yes, that means आप पहले बातें कर रहे थे and then later on जब सुना कि नहीं अब तो करना है, then you started. What's the main idea? That there are two kinds of cells. Okay. Deepika, what are your 2 sentences? No, you have to pick any two sentences as it is. Which one? First, from the first paragraph. The distinction, the fourth line from first paragraph, the distinction between eukaryotes and bacteria initially defined in terms of subcellular structures visible with a microscope was ultimately carried out to the molecular level. Okay, second sentence is comma and, very good. Where is it given? The last line, moreover. Moreover, arguments pointing out the extent of both structural and functional differences between convince me about this. Sorry? No, that's okay. One of arguments, very good. It's okay, Deepika. I won't say it's wrong, okay, but that's not the main idea. It's not wrong, but it's not the main idea. Yes, Chavez, what are your two sentences? The first sentence, yes.
And then in the second paragraph, third line, there is a
New techniques for determining the molecular sequence of the RNA organisms have produced evolutionary information about the degree. Good. Not wrong, but not the main idea. Yes. Yes, Harpreet. First sentence, yes. From multicellular, yes. Organelles, then second sentence. Okay. Multicellular plants and animals as well as unicellular organisms are eukaryotic. They large molecules and form many organelles. Your second sentence is, said again, Harpreet. New techniques for determining the molecular sequence. Not wrong. Again, not the main idea. Yes. Kulvinder. Multicellular. The first paragraph, second paragraph. First paragraph में कहाँ है? For the distinction between guys, the whole passage is discussing that once we used to think that living things can only be divided into two categories, that is multicellular and unicellular organisms, right? But later on in the second paragraph, they're saying that now there are three kinds of cells, not only unicellular and multicellular, but there's a third category. Can you see? Second paragraph, second sentence. Among the bacteria, there are organisms that are significantly different both from the cells of eukaryotes and from the true bacteria. And it now appears that there are three stems in the tree of life. That means now there are three kinds of cells or three kinds of bacteria or organisms rather than two. So that's the main idea. Okay? So sentences that we have picked, again, your sentences are not wrong. They're not wrong, but they might not fetch you the highest scores. The highest scores. Right? So the sentences that we have picked is the first one, which is, it was once assumed that all living things could be divided into two fundamental and exhaustive categories. Okay? That's a first sentence. I will write it in short. From it was, first paragraph, first line, to categories. combining it with comma, and I'm writing it in short. एग्जाम में ऐसे डॉट डॉट डाल के कंप्यूटर समझ नहीं जाएगा, ठीक है. Second sentence is second paragraph, second line, which is among the bacteria. And guys, one more thing, when you combine the second sentence, make sure here among A is in uppercase. You need to make it in lowercase. Why? Because now it's a continuous sentence. Okay. So from among the bacteria until tree of life. Full sentence as it is. Done. We have picked two sentences. That's okay. You don't need, I just need to pick two sentences, right? And the first and the second one, it's telling the main idea. That's just more specific information, giving more specific information, right? Again, if you pick the second sentence as the first one, it's not wrong. It's not the best. Again, not wrong. गलत नहीं है, कंप्यूटर आपको माइनस में स्कोर नहीं देगा, but again not the perfect one. Okay, now tell me the changes. First of all, divided can be segregated. First change, divided can be segregated, and second change, tell me the second one. Assumed can be believed. Yeah, that's a good one. So assumed can be. Now guys, when it's assumed, will you write believe? Believed. It has to be in the same tense form. So if it's assumes, it will be believes. Okay. If it's assuming, it will be believing. The same form change will be in the same form. Clear? Two changes done. Your listening, your reading summary is complete. Now, guys, I'll give you a link of our special reading summaries. The special ones. Special means that they are the repeated reading summaries in exams. Okay, right? So everyone note down this link. Don't just take the link and run away. Okay, we'll be discussing one or two things. हरप्रीत भागना नहीं है, नहीं जाना नहीं है, दरवाजे हम बंद कर देंगे. हाँ, वो भी नहीं करने देंगे. Option नहीं है. Yes, guys, just give me a second. Yeah, the link is, I'll write it here. GOO.gl slash. Yes, sir, but jaldi, I'm just wrapping up. G capital, Q capital, 6 C capital. So that's the link for reading summary. Pick only those two sentences which are given in those reading summaries. उसके अलावा कुछ नहीं. And make only those changes only. Clear? Okay, that's it. All capital.
Number 15, modification of government power, and 69 words. Summary number 15, modification of government power, 69 words. Your time starts now.
Stop running, everyone. Banditji. Mr. Gujka. اللهم صل على سيدنا مولانا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا مولانا मतलब ये कैसे कैसे चेक करोगे मंगवा लेते सबके तो ज्योति खड़ा होगी तुम ये ग्रुप ले लो इरशाद यू टेक ऑल ऑफ देम हियर एंड यहाँ पे कोई सारे लोग जोआना प्लीज कलेक्ट ऑल ऑफ देम थैंक यू वेरी मच मनदीप जी आप चेक करोगे आधा चुनाव हाँ ठीक है द टॉक नहीं है मुझे मेन फॉर्म दे में दे दो आप ये पढ़ लो एक बार मैंने क्या लिखा आपके लिए एक मैसेज है वहाँ पे Do you think Mandir ji is overweight? Is it? Are you saying just so that she's your teacher, you're respecting her, so you don't? Or suppose you are choosing Mandir ji for your brother for marriage. आप समझ रहे हो? आप सोचेंगे ना? चला, just joking. 15. सही लिखा मैंने जी? ठीक है, सुनने क्या लिखा? बेशरम लड़की.
Imran? तो इसलिए दूसरी लिख दी जो आती नहीं थी
जिन लोगों ने ऐसे किया ना उनको अलग रखो, उनको और एक टेस्ट देंगे अंदर बिठा के, अभी क्लास शुरू कर देंगे. But is in terms of excess employees by taking into account the interests of both state and citizens. Who's that? खुशजोत बेचारी. स्कोर कैसे आएगा? इसलिए स्कोर नहीं आ पाए. क्या किया तुमने? मिस्टेक किया. इंटरफियरिंग है कितनी आर? एक आर. अभी 2 क्यों दिया? मेरा ऐसे टेस्ट कर रहे हो? ये सही लग रहा है. चेक करो पहले ज्योति का. मिस्टेक ढूंढना. ठीक है.
all the more reason to find one तुम के लिए no excuse
Yeah, who's this? Monica. Correct. From now, don't write the name. Write the name at the back, so I don't see the name. है ना? I can get biased. है ना? Teachers भी biased हो जाते हैं. Oh, Monica तो last time सही किया था, तो सही होगा. ऐसे नहीं कि हम उसको माफ कर देंगे, पर हम देखेंगे आराम से. Which is not good. ज्योति ने लिखा, मुझे पता होता, मुझे डबल चेक करना था कि मिस्टेक किया उसने. आपने देखा ज्योति ने सही लिखा. वाह. चला. मैं कैसा नोटी हूँ, अगर मैं आप लोग इसमें मैं पता क्या करता, मैं चुपचाप पीछे से आ जाता. मुझे पता है अक्सर इस क्लास में पीछे से आ सकते हो, तो पीछे से इंटरेस्ट है एक. मैं उस टाइप का नोटी स्टूडेंट था स्कूल में, कॉलेज में. जाहिद भाई के साथ शायद पहले से है ना. जाहिद भाई आप क्या खाना पसंद करते हो, क्या खाना पीना पसंद करते हो? मेरे पीछे से अंदर घुसा देना तो सामने खत्म हो जाए. हाँ भेज दो भेज दो. दिव्या गुड. वालेकुम अस्सलाम व रहमतुल्लाह. शुक्र पीटी है सना जी, आयल्स नहीं है। आयल्स होता है हैंडराइटिंग के लिए आप मार खाते हो, पता है आपको? आयल्स में आपकी हैंडराइटिंग कितना अनक्लियर है ना, एग्जामिनर्स तंग हो जाते हैं। वेरी गुड, वेल डन सना जी, ऐसे ही चाहता हूँ, ऐसे ही लिखा करो। आजकल फेसबुक में कुछ वीडियोस आ रहे हैं ना, स्टडी हब ने वीडियो बनाया, देखा मैंने, फजूल वीडियो, झूठ है, डोंट ट्रस्ट देम गाइस। ये ऐसे वीडियोस मैंने एग्जाम दिया 1 साल पहले, मेरे एग्जाम में वीडियो लेक्चर वीडियो में आया था। ये इनको अभी पता चल गया होगा बेचारों को। अब बोल रहा है कि डिक्टेशन नए नए क्वेश्चन, ये तो हर साल नए नए क्वेश्चन आते हैं, हर मंथ तुम एग्जाम देते रहोगे, नए नए क्वेश्चन देखिए पैनिंग। दिसंबर की बात नहीं कि ऐड कर रही, वो सारा बकवास वीडियो बनाया, झूठ पूरा। आई एम नॉट सेइंग ही डिड इट इंटेंशनली, बेचारों को पता नहीं होगा। कितने लोग उसको लाइक करके जो कमेंट कर रहे हैं, हमें ये दे दो, हमें दे दो। ये लोग अंधा होते, पता है, पीपल जस्ट, ये सुमित चालाकी क्यों किया पता है? आई गॉट अ फीलिंग थे अभी लोग इसके बात कर रहे हैं, इसके बारे में, इस टॉपिक पे कुछ ना कुछ लिखो, लोग उसके ऊपर ना टूट पड़ेंगे। अगर मैं पोस्ट कर दूं ना, गाइस अ न्यू चेंज पीटी टेस्ट, अगर मैं बोलूं कि कमेंट इफ यू वांट टू नो इट, तो हजारों कमेंट आएगा, फजूल कमेंट। इसको लेके मजाक करो, लोगों को इमोशनल लेके मजाक करते हैं लोग। मैंने पूरा वीडियो देखा, मैंने पूरा वीडियो देखा तुम लोगों ने? स्टडी हब, स्टडी हब को जो सुमित ने वीडियो दिया है, वो वीडियो इज कम्प्लीटली बकवास है वो वीडियो, ये झूठ है, ये वीडियो सही नहीं है, उसने गलत बोला। क्योंकि ये सारे जो चेंजेस की बात किया, उसने चेंजेस बहुत साल से, बहुत मंथ से हो रहा है, और ऐसे चेंजेस एवरी मंथ ये लोग करते हैं। Every day you take an exam, you'll get one or two questions new every day, क्योंकि that's how they add questions. हमारे पास, हम जो एग्जाम देने भेजते हैं हमारे टीचर्स को, स्टूडेंट्स को, हम क्या देखते हैं? एवरी डे 1-2 क्वेश्चन नए आते रहते हैं। डजंट मीन कि अभी शुरू हुआ है, शुरू से ऐसे है, 1-2 क्वेश्चन एवरी डे ऐड होते रहते हैं। इसको लेके अभी कोई अलग वीडियो नहीं बनाने की जरूरत नहीं था कि जनवरी में क्या चेंजेस आ रहे हैं। डोंट वरी गाइस, वो हमारे पास ये चेंज है, क्वेश्चन बैंक रट्टा ना मारो, कि ऐसे भी बोला है।
फॉर एग्जांपल काउ ग्रास वाली जो समरी है, उसमें पहले 4 पैराग्राफ आते थे, अब 2 आते हैं। ये भी मैं फाउंड दैट सो फनी। इससे क्या फर्क पड़ता है, ये चेंज है।
इसको ऐसे ना बोलो स्टूपिड किसी को, मनदीप जी। वो भी वो वीडियो स्टूपिड है। किसी बंदा को बुरा ना बोलना।
मैंने बंदे को नहीं बोला,
आप शुभ नहीं चाहता, मैं तो ठीक हूँ, बदनाम है मेरा। मैं मेरा बदनाम है, मैं बात बोलने से करता हूँ। मनदीप जी इज लाइक यू नो, शी इज ए यू नो गुड गर्ल, गुड वुमन। अब जब मैं बोल रहा था, एक गलत बोला उसने, बोला कि 57 समरीज आते हैं, 47 लिसनिंग समरीज, ऐसे बहुत कुछ बोला ना। अब बोला कि कैन यू मेमोराइज 67 रिटन समरीज and 47 listening summaries. मतलब है, maybe some people memorize the version, the reading summary versions as well, yeah, but we don't do that, do we? We don't do that. शायद उसको पता भी नहीं होगा कि हम ऐसे करते हैं। and listening summary memorize करते, ये भी नहीं पता होगा उसको। करते हैं people, they can do it. मुझे दे दो तुम 1 हफ्ता, मुझे 200 समरी दे दो, 200 समरी दे दो मुझे, 200 समरी चैलेंज बेट किसी के साथ, एक वर्ड मिस्टेक निकाल सकते हो, I'll stop teaching. 200 समरी विद इन अ वीक दे दो मुझे। मेमोराइजिंग में मुझे कोई चैलेंज, कुछ भी चैलेंज दे दो, इंशाल्लाह आई कैन डू इट। तो मेमोराइज नहीं कर सकते, कर सकते। ये जो बच्चे कर रहे हैं, इमदाद से नहीं चाहिए, हमारे बच्चे करके दिखा रहे। देखो समरी में आज कितने लोगों ने सही लिखा है, मैं 4-5 चेक किया, 4-5 सही है, एक्सेप्ट मिस फॉर्चूनेट खुशजोत। मतलब ये आपका है, तो आराम से देखो, ये बोलो क्या बोलना चाह रहे हो। मुझे लगा आप कुछ पैसे देने आए हो सर। हमारे कंट्री में होता है ना, एग्जाम के पेपर में पता है ना, पैसे देते यार। मैं यूनिवर्सिटी में फिलोसफी एक सब्जेक्ट होता है इंग्लिश लिटरेचर में। मैं सोचा था टीचर को कुछ पैसे दो कि पास कर जाऊं, दिल नहीं करता पढ़ने को। फिलोसफी इन इंग्लिश लिटरेचर, वो सच a बकवास सब्जेक्ट, ह्यूज आर्गुमेंट्स एंड डिबेट्स एंड एवरीथिंग, आई हेटेड दोस थिंग्स। मैंने टीचर से बात भी किया है, जानने के लिए कि कैसा बंदा है। ट्रस्ट मी, सच में ऐसे मैंने बातचीत की है, गपशप की है, ताकि जानने के लिए हाउ किस टाइप ले एग्जैक्टली लेगा कि नहीं लेगा। हो सकता है ले लेगा वरना मुझे फेल करा देगा। तो मैं देखा कि मैं आई कुडंट आइडेंटिफाई, मैंने कुछ नहीं किया बाद में मैंने पेपर दे के पास हो गया बाल बाल। एग्जाम सारा एग्जाम 4.5 घंटे एग्जाम, 4.5 घंटे मेरा पेपर 2 घंटे में खत्म। क्यों? मुझे आता नहीं कुछ बाकी सब लिख रहे, मैं क्या करूं, मैं क्या लिखूं नाज बाहर खड़ी है, नाज मतलब नाज को पता है मैं बाहर भी नहीं आ सकता, समझ रहे हो। अभी वो बाहर निकल के मतलब मैंने एग्जाम पूरा नहीं दिया, तो मुझे गार्ड दे के एग्जाम दिलाना पड़ता था। मैं भी बकवास एक ही आंसर 7 बार लिखे मैंने, 4-5 बार लिख रहा हूँ, एक ही आंसर लिख रहा हूँ। एटलीस्ट 4 घंटा तो टाइम पार करना पड़ेगा मुझे। अल्लाह, कितने वर्ष हो गया, अभी जाके बोल रहा है आर यू सिक? यस आई एम वेरी सिक मैं सो गया मंदिर जी। ओह अल्लाह, यू वोंट बिलीव, जब मैं यूनिवर्सिटी छोड़ के बाहर निकला मुझे लगा मेरे सीने के ऊपर से पत्थर निकल गया मंदिर जी। लाइक आई एम इन ओपन एयर, आई एम लाइक अ बर्ड, फ्री बर्ड नाउ। वो हॉरिबल लाइफ यूनिवर्सिटी, मतलब पढ़ाई वाला जो लाइफ है, स्टडी करना इज सो गजब। यूनिवर्सिटी में स्टडी करने थोड़ी जाते हैं लोग। एग्जैक्टली मैंने तो पढ़ाई कुछ किया नहीं, इंग्लिश पढ़ा, इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज पढ़ा, पर बाकी जो बकवास चीज है ना, वो आई हेटेड देम। अल्लाह ने मुझे बचा लिया। Who's this? आपका नाम? नेहा कुमारी चौरी। You're from Pakistan? Sorry, you're from India or which part of India? पंजाब। कहाँ के? Which city? पटियाला। अच्छी बात है, पटियाला के माफ कर देना आज। माफ को बना क्या नो लिखेंगे नहीं शर्मा का। Lamia, do you have a daughter? Still I can't forgive. আমিও ঘুমাতে পারি না বোন ঘুমাতে পারি, আমি ঘুমাইছি কয়টা জানেন আপনি, খবর আছে? আল্লাহ মাফ করো। 2 ছেলে 1 মেয়ে, এখন রাত্রেবেলা ঘুমানো বুঝেন, 2 ছেলে। मैं ये बोल रहा था कि रात को सोना बहुत मुश्किल है, बोल रहे कि मेरी बेटी सो नहीं पाई, वो इंजेक्शन क्या बोलते वैक्सीन दिया ना, तो मैंने बोला मैं भी सो नहीं सकता, मेरे भी 2 बेटे 1 बेटी। बिलीव करते हो नाज की स्टिचेस अभी तक अभी तक प्रॉब्लम्स होता है ना, अभी डॉक्टर के पास जाना पड़ेगा शाम को जाके, क्योंकि स्टिच सही नहीं हो रहा है, पेन हो रहा है। ऑपरेशन उसको 3 बार हुआ ना, सिजेरियन उसका। It's not very easy. So these are all excuses. I never show excuses. Who's this? निखात, आपको तो भूल जाओ, कुछ नहीं हुआ। Contrasting opinions by 2 political parties in term of who's this? नाम क्या है इसका? सिद्धार्थ फ्रॉम शिमला। सिद्धार्थ, मेरी बीवी को शिमला बहुत जाने को दिल करता है ना, इंडिया में शिमला और कहाँ है? शिमला कश्मीर नहीं, शिमला एंड शिमला मतलब तो सारा एक साथ ही है ना, शिमला कुल्लू मनाली। There's another place in what is it called मनदीप जी, जो no what's it called, असम के आसपास है, पता नहीं नाम क्या। दार्जिलिंग। My wife loves to go to Darjeeling. She wants to. She said मरने से पहले एक बार ले जाना मुझे दार्जिलिंग प्लीज। बोले इंशाल्लाह ले जाऊंगा, बच्चे बड़े होने दो अभी तो बच्चे लेके जा नहीं सकते। दार्जिलिंग and Shimla. Darjeeling, Shimla, are they far away from each other?
Shimla, if you land in Delhi.
मैंने सुना पंजाब से भी पास है शिमला। इंडिया तो जाना चाहिए एक बार एक्चुअली, हमारे इतने बच्चे इंडिया से हैं। नेपाल भी जाना था उसको, पर नेपाल में जब वो शुरू हो गया ना, क्या नाम है उसका, अर्थक्वेक, इसके बाद से नेपाल में डर लगता जाने को। इज इट द सेम आजकल नेपाली कोई है, और इज इट बेटर दिस डेज? देयर इज नो Nepalese here. Is it any better these days, or still going on earthquake here? No, better. Aren't you scared that, do you know what the geologist said? The Nepal will be under, do you know that? Yeah? Yeah, in some decades. Don't you want to bring your mom and dad here? Do you know, like the geologist said, Nepal is like floating. Nepal is floating. The tectonic plate underneath Nepal is not stable, you know. So it's going to, you know, so it's going to happen like every few years. It will happen for sure. Something huge will happen every few years. That area is not stable. It will होता ही रहेगा वहाँ पे. Dangerous बात है. Who's this? मैं नाम भूल गया आपका. जावेद भाई, पुल जाओ. Sakor. ये लिखा है ना? Yep, good. Sahil. Sahil Suri, आपका नाम साहिल है? Oh, अच्छी बात. I've never seen you, have I? First. All right. अच्छा लिखा है, but the third day लिखा. So did you enroll 3 days ago only? That's why I was thinking. 3 दिन में तो इतना अच्छा समय लिखना possible नहीं है. तब अच्छा लगा, बहुत मतलब जी एक भी मिस्टेक नहीं की. ऐसे बच्चे हमें चाहिए मंदिर जी. ऐसे नहीं चाहिए. कौन है ये? कौन है? कौन है ये हीरो? What's your name? कमाल क्यों करते हो? कमाल करते हो कमाल भाई. Oh, who's this? कमाल. ये कोई कामिल. Kamil means capable. देखते हैं ये कोई कामिल है या कमाल. It is by talking into account. ये कौन है ये? Talking into account. Taking लिखा है ना, होता है ना sometimes पता नहीं चलता. Who's this? Correct. Yeah, Mohsin bhai, well done. पर handwriting ठीक करो. Mistake किसका mistake? किसका mistake है मंदिर जी? तो ये ठीक है, इनको रखो, बाकी को निकाल दो. Yeah, बाकी लोग sorry about that. Khuja, I'm really sorry. I feel bad that you have to go again today. Do you want a second chance? Or write one more summary and then you can stay, yeah? Okay. In the meantime, we start the class with Manoj ji, क्या करना था? क्या करना था? Reading summary हम सब देते हैं एक साथ. 2 लिंक देके खत्म कर देते हो. नेक्स्ट काम है रीऑर्डर करना है 10 हमें. रीऑर्डर भी करना है 12 पन्नों जितना बाकी तो भी करेंगे. तो पहले रीडिंग समरी करके सब कुछ कर. ओके. क्योंकि ये हमें पता है कि ये 9 दिन के अंदर, so in the next 9 days until next Friday our plan was to finish the whole course with all the special materials. So we have already given you 15 or 20? 15. So we're going to do another 10 to 15 blanks inshallah. Every day we will keep doing some blanks so that hame 125 40 jitne humne kiya hai, we covered them all inshallah by next Friday. Now today we are going to start with reading summary. We're going to give you 40 plus reading summaries. Yeah, reading summary, real special materials, which means you're going to get 1 or 2 from them inshallah. And the second thing is reading summaries are something you will always get from special material. Reading summaries you will always get from special material, you know, hardly from outside. है ना अदनान? बाहर से बहुत कम आता है. Okay, so we'll do them first. मनदीप जी लिंक है ना दोनों आपके पास? अच्छी बात है. अभी मैं क्या बोल रहा था, पहले इनको एक सेकंड चांस देने के लिए. सेकंड चांस जो मिस्टेक किया, अच्छा 10 ये 10 बंदों को नाम इनको खड़ा कर दो, नाम बोल के खड़े हो जाओ, मौसम में खड़े हो जाओ, या मोनिका या
ज्योति,
खड़े हो जाओ प्लीज।
दिव्या, सना, इशरत,
ईश्वरत ने सही लिखा? आई डोंट बिलीव, लेट मी चेक। ईश्वरत सही हो गया आजकल, ईश्वरत क्या बात है।
सबा, साहिल, जानो।
Well done, Ishad. I didn't expect this from you. Very good. बाकी सब लोग खड़े हो जाओ, तुम लोग बैठ जाओ, सब लोग जल्दी। Now, do you want a second? Oh, I forgot to say that. We're also going to give you a listening mock test 2. Yeah, 2 or 1? कौन सा किया था last time? Last week हमने किया, last week भूल जाओ ना, last week खत्म हो गया ना। Every week new होगा ना, every week. So listening mock test 1 होगा. We're going to do a listening mock test 1, and we're going to also do a reading mock test. Okay, reading mock test which we gave you. We didn't do last week. The new reading mock test. We have got 10 reading mock tests, and they're all reach mock tests. तो तुम्हें बाजार में जहाँ पे मिलता है बकवास mock test नहीं है. मैंने different books, IELTS के, TOEFL के, rich books ढूंढ के मैंने बनाया questions, plus different materials as well. ये करके तो पता चल जाएगा कि you are doing some real material. And why do you need them? आज के special material के ज़माने में why do you need those materials? बताओ क्यों? If there is no, always there is material, there is always there are questions from other materials, है ना? ऐसे बोलना चाहिए, because there are majority of questions which will not come from the special material. And how do you answer them? Using our knowledge and the strategies we learn in the class, in the regular material. So वो mock tests इंशाल्लाह, listening mock test, every mock test तुम्हें help करेगा अच्छे लिखने में इंशाल्लाह, अच्छा perform करने में। खत्म। अब बताओ ये तुम लोग जो खड़े हो गए, do you want a second chance to write another summary or no? You can go home. If you want a second chance, you stay, keep standing up. You don't have a second chance, means you didn't memorize the summaries, you can go home. Okay, I'll give another chance. Okay, easy chance. You will write any one summary, any summary, but you can't have a look now. No revision. No revision. You can't have a look. Any one summary you like. You have 5 minutes. Your time starts now. Now means now. Mandip ji, बीच में जाके देखो कोई चोरी ना करे. Jyoti, can you stand up and check if there is anyone choring? Anyone, anything. This one is, but from different page. Not on the same page, different page. No चोरी. अगर तुमने, मैं देख नहीं रहा हूँ ठीक है, पर अगर तुमने चोरी किया है, अल्लाह करे, तुम समझ ही रहे हो अल्लाह क्या करे. 115 हुआ ना, है ना? सारा कैसे खत्म हो गया? 140-50 किया हमने. करेंगे, सारा चेंजेस करेंगे. इन द मीन तुम लोग कुछ करते रहो ना. रीडिंग, डोंट वेस्ट आवर टाइम, डोंट वेस्ट योर टाइम. धक्का भी था. अभी मनदीप जी, you get ready with your two links. अभी और नहीं करेंगे चोरी इंशाल्लाह. हाँ, ये रबाब है, बेचारी को मैंने भूल भी गया टेक्स्ट करना. आपके पास कितने बच्चे हैं? 2 और बस 3 हैं. अभी करता फिर बच्चा रोना शुरू कर देता है, भी चेंज करना पड़ता है, 40 की बात भी करता है ना, हजारों टेंशन ना, मैं सोच रहा हूँ रिप्लाई करूँ करूँ करूँ, ये बात भी सही है, स्कोर आ गया तो हाँ 2 मिनट से बैठ जाओ, हमारे खत्म हो जाए उसके बाद मंदिर जी दे दो मुझे कुछ। पेपर क्यों नहीं दिया हमने उनको ना सबको? दे दे दो। गरिमा कहाँ है? चेक करना गरिमा। बोर हो गए थे चेक करके। इतने टीचर में क्यों रखा फिर सब मुझे चेक करना पड़ेगा। जल्दी कर ले। मिस्टेक ढूंढ के एक मिस्टेक मिल गया बस। तो शुरू किया मेमोराइज क्यों नहीं किया रात भर जाग जाग के? मैंने जब बोला देते अगर ये बोलते सर मैंने 13 से 24 नहीं किया बस 13 से 18 तक मैंने 6 किया है ना, मैं माफ कर मैं कर याद नहीं हो रहा है ना, तुम इस क्लास में बैठने के काबिल नहीं हो फिर। नो नो एक समरी किया, एक समरी सही लिख सकते हो? एक कभी आधी लिखिए 36 मुझे उठा लो। एक समरी का मिलन ने आधी लिखी। बैठ जाओ, आज मैंने मोड़ा से माफ कर दे जाओ। मंदिर सबको माफ कर दो आज। कल नहीं करेंगे, हाँ कल परसों माफ नहीं करेंगे। चल बैठ जाओ जल्दी करो। गुड। सब लोग इसलिए पता ये भी एक रीजन है बच्चे सीखते नहीं है, सब तो माफ कर ही देंगे। कल नहीं करेंगे, आज टाइम जाए। हरमन यू वांट गो होम? तो चुप करो बैठो। हो गया समरी खत्म। सब लोग बात सुनो हमारी। ये दो लिंक, ओपन दिस 2 links quickly, all right? Open these links and then stop. Don't read. We have to talk about something very important. What is Rabab? Rabab कहाँ गए? रबाब सामने आ जाओ प्लीज। रबाब को माइक दो, दो बात कर ले। रबाब क्या बोलना चाहते हैं उर्दू में? सॉरी इंग्लिश में, सॉरी क्योंकि बाहर के लोग भी हैं। गाइस ओपन लिंक ओपन किया तो अभी सब लोग चुपचाप सुनो। ये रबाब है, मेरी बहुत ही एक अच्छी स्टूडेंट है। अच्छी क्यों बोलो? शी इज अ गुड फॉलोअर। जब दिव्या स्कोर करेगी मैं ऐसी बात करूंगा, ज्योति करेगी ऐसे नहीं करूंगा। दिस डिफरेंस। इसमें कोई मतलब कोई छुपाने की बात नहीं है। सबा करेगी शायद मैं ऐसे बोलूंगा, पर यस्मिन जी करेगी शायद ऐसे नहीं बोलूंगा। यस्मिन जी इज लाइक नो लॉन्गर सीरियस। अल्लाह करे
यही सुनने के लिए स्कोर किया मैंने।
तो देखो कितना अच्छा लगता है, देखो सुनने कितना अच्छा लगता है। ये मुझे खुश करे, मुझे पता है। पर ये रबाब जी का एक छोटा सा स्टोरी भी है। मैं पहले वो बोलूं?
फिर से नहीं
नहीं बोलूं? रबाब बोली दो थोड़ा सा। रबाब सनशाइन में आई थी पढ़ने को हमारे पास। पर रबाब मेरी क्लास में मेरी एक छोटा सा मैंने एक जोक किया था, मजाक किया था। उस मजाक में वो गुस्सा होके she started crying, going outside the class, and then she left. She never came back. I went outside to say that you just sat for 5 minutes. Please attend the whole session. You will understand how I talk, how I deal with students. You just got it wrong. I'm not a person who will come outside the class to appease someone, but I'm doing it because you're getting it wrong. You're just not understanding me. If you know my class, trust me, you will be a fan of my class. I use the same language. And then she called her husband, and then he came, and then she left. And then after some months, what happened?
I came back.
Why did you come back? What happened?
Because I received your message saying like at least try to attend my class and then you will find.
Yeah, then in the same day, when I went to bed, remember, before going to bed, I wrote something. I felt bad that at least होता है ना कि मेरी तरफ से क्लियर हो जाऊं। मैं बोल दिया उसको कि देखो रबाब आप मिस्टेक कर रहे हो, मुझे बुरा लग रहा है कि आप ऐसे गलत समझ के मेरे क्लास छोड़ के चले गए। ऐसे कोई कभी हुआ नहीं। मैंने क्या बोला पता है? स्टोरी हैदराबाद इज अ कंजूस, जस्ट दिस नथिंग एल्स। और ये कोई बड़ी बात है नहीं, हर हैदराबादी को पता मैं ये बात यूज करता हूँ, है कि नहीं? बताओ मोनिका बोलो, हैदराबाद इज अ कंजूस। चलो नॉट रियली सही बात है, पर मैं बोलता कि नहीं, ये तो सबको पता मैं बोलता हूँ। ये सुन के अपसेट हो गए। फिर मुझे लगा कि शायद कुछ और बात लेके अपसेट थे ऑलरेडी। दिन में होता है ना कि कुछ और बात लेके।
तो कुछ नहीं था। Seriously nothing.
जो भी आप देखो, now she came back, अल्लाह की मेहरबानी, and then she has become one of my favorite students. 7 की इन्होंने, अभी 8 किया है। अभी अल्लाह का चाहे तो there is a good possibility that she is going to join in the SPT as it is as well. Wow. Inshallah. Okay. If everything goes well. Training होगा ना अभी।
अच्छा, oh my goodness.
हमारा ट्रेनिंग बहुत डेंजरस ट्रेनिंग है, मिलिट्री ट्रेनिंग है ना। आप ये सोच रहे हो कि मनदीप कैसे पास किया? मनदीप जी मनदीप जी उस जमाने में थे जब जमाने में IELTS में 5 ही चाहिए था। समझ लो, उस जमाने के टीचर है। I'm just joking. प्लीज रबाब 2 बात बोल दो, हमें भी स्कोर करना है। ये सारे लोग भी स्कोर चाहते हैं।
Yeah. Hello, everyone. My name is Rabab, as you know. Definitely, I came and then I went. That's another struggle I believe I had to go through to understand like how sir teach. I thought like it would be not that way, like when he makes jokes, but it's actually entertaining. That way, you understand the question very well, and then when you go an exam, you actually remember the jokes he was saying in the class. So that's what I felt when I was giving my exam. Especially, I remember one fill in the blank where Mandeep ji was discussing in the class and she made fun out of it just to, make it easy for our understanding. And I got it in my exam. So the first thing, it was very easy for me instead of memorizing, just to listen their explanation and to understand like how the blank can be
Now,
filled.
do you see she's something in teaching? Yeah, can you see the way she's explaining things? We are smart people. I'm telling you. That
So
if someone talks, I understand whether they can be teacher or not.
thank you,
Yep,
sir.
go on.
So I would say like attending classes will be very first thing you have to go through. And when they're explaining the fill in the blanks, make sure you understand and just, try to take that into yourself. So that will be very, 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 very helpful for you to get score. Instead of just sitting with the paper and trying to memorize the blank, it will be difficult. It will be hard. You will get it at the end, but this way it will be much easier attending the classes regularly and understanding the blanks, the explanation how she is going through and others are going through. That will be the very easiest thing. Secondly, I was struggling with repeat sentences because I used to get nervous as soon as the question arises. I used to remember my kids, my husband. I have to go through it. So I just had to focus this time just to neglect them, like just not to think about them for this time. So that really helped me, and the blanks especially, and listening summaries. These are the things you have to actually go through. You have to memorize. Just make sure you do your best in your exam. And I hope everyone scores here. And once you came, you have attended, you have admitted yourself in IMDAD PTE. Just make sure, like, whatever he says, go through it every day, at least 2 hours a day. That will be very helpful. And quit your job. That's what I did this time. I quitted my job. And I listened to him that he said in the class that, why are you here? You're just to get PR, so just quit your job. So when you quit, you are focused. That's all. No
Thank you
worries.
very much. Yeah. That was really motivational, wasn't it? Yeah, it's like someone is pouring her heart out. You can feel that she's saying her heart out, so which is so good. Thank you, Rabab. Thanks for making me proud, and Mandeep ji is also very proud of you.
Thank you for making me eligible.
No. You deserve that. The only unfortunate thing is you already had so many commitments. You have got a family, responsibility, kids. It's not very easy. अब यस्मिन जी बाद में पता चलेगा आपको how life is going to be compared to what you are going through now. Okay, when the baby is still not outside, you yeah, you struggle a lot, but when they are out, you struggle more. You will know that. अल्लाह करे ये सब सही हो जाए. पर अभी टाइम है. जिन लोगों ने शादी नहीं की ना, शादी की अभी बच्चा नहीं हुआ, now is the right time. इसके बाद बच्चा होने के बाद life is like तुम लोग कंपेयर भी नहीं कर पाओगे. ऐसा नहीं कि ये like this and that. एक बच्चा एक full time job, and you are too much occupied. Unbelievable. मुझे उधर मैसेज लिखा था, बाबा सर अब बाहर आना पड़ता है पीछे से छुप के गार्डन से ताकि बच्चा ना देखे. So every time हम ऐसे करते हैं छुप छुप her John, and the way you give score, possible score. My country. Can you do that? It's very hard. Supporting a family is very hard. Don't quit your job if you don't have some savings.